первый тест. Это нужно поаплодировать друг другу. Мы послушаем, как там все у нас идет.
Итак, сейчас начнется эфир, все по местам, готовимся.
Привет, друзья! С вами Тамара.
Hello, hello,
Сегодня 7
this
июля
is Tamara,
2021
July
года.
7,
А это значит, что
2021,
сегодня очередной
and
съезд
meaning
Dodo,
that today
9-й по
there's
счету.
a
Мне
new
выпала невероятная
ninth
возможность показать
Dodo
вам этот съезд своими
Meetup,
глазами. Мы
and
зададим
I am
вопросы
deeply
аудитории,
honored
покажем вам,
to
как все здесь устроено,
show
покажем
this
все
meetup at a
своими глазами.
glance,
Ну что, друзья,
firsthand,
поехали!
via my eyes.
Лёша,
Let
помоги,
us keep
пожалуйста.
on rolling. Lёша, can you show me? Yes.
Лёша, спасибо. Ну что,
Lёша,
поехали, посмотрим,
thank
что
you.
здесь происходит.
Well,
А вот и
let
Юля.
us see
Юля,
what's going
привет.
here.
Что ты
Julia,
делаешь?
hi
Расскажи,
there. What
пожалуйста.
are you doing
Привет, я
here?
готовлю съезд
Hi there.
сейчас.
I'm
Мы
preparing the
готовим
meetup
видео.
right now. At the moment, we're cutting
видео сейчас
video.
делаешь.
Okay, you're
Так,
cutting
расскажи,
video.
пожалуйста, а как
Can you
вообще
tell me
обстановка? Как
how are the
атмосфера
things?
происходит?
What's
Что
the
здесь?
atmosphere? I mean, it's awesome, so tight. We are about to
Юля,
begin in a
спасибо
minute.
огромное. Пойдёмте
Julia,
дальше
thank you
посмотрим.
so
О,
much.
я
Let
вижу
us keep
оператора.
on
Оператор,
going. I
здравствуйте,
see the
как у вас дела?
cameraman.
Что
Hey,
делаете?
cameraman, how are you doing?
Расскажи, пожалуйста, в чём
Can you tell
самый
me
главный
what's
секрет
the
оператора?
essential essence of the filmmaker's, cameraman's work?
Это экран.
Okay, the screen, you can see here what's happening on the camera, and we can move the camera. Let's see how it's moving gradually and so smoothly. Okay, can I zoom in, zoom out? Nothing is happening. Why? Let's keep on going then. Thank you so much. Dear friends, let's go upper, and we have Nikolay. Nikolay, how are you doing? What are you doing here? We are rehearsing. We're rehearsing. I mean, we're going to award the partners here. I mean, the most important thing is to keep it a secret. Oh, it's a secret. Yes, of course it's a secret. I mean, come on. I'm not going to tell you anything. Okay, you have not heard anything? Nikolay, thank you. Let's keep on going. Dear friends, we are going out into the catering area. What can we see here? Some food. I want to take something. This thing is inevitably green. Seems delicious. So what else is happening here? Beverages, glasses, water. Let's pour some juice.
Так, вау, тут отлично. Здесь
Look at this floor. It's almost like a ceiling, and it's made of glass. Ekaterina, you are so fabulous today. So what is happening here? What are you doing? Today is the 9th Dodo Partners Meetup, and the makeup artist attacked me. Can you tell about this in more detail? No, she attacked me. She did something to my face and my hair, and here's what you can see now. Ekaterina, you are fabulous, young man. How are you doing? I am looking after Ekaterina to protect her from the makeup artist's attacks. Okay, that's a glorious endeavor. Ekaterina, thank you so much. Bye-bye. Dear friends, this is the makeup room. Let us see what is happening here. Ivan is being prepared. What are you going to present today, Ivan? About the results and strategy of Dodo Pizza. Listen to us online and in person. Thank you so much. I think you are looking so much better now. Let's go. Hi there, hi there. How are you doing? We are going to the 3rd floor. Dear friends, hi everyone. How are you doing? Can you please tell me what's happening here? This is our video mixing room. All of the cameras are connected to this particular place, and we put together the image and broadcast it online. Can I try and push a few buttons? Of course you can. Okay. I put the headphones on, but I cannot hear anything yet. Probably that's good. Should I press this button? And the cameras are switching. You take a look at that. Groovy. Dear friends, can I ask you a few questions? What are you guys doing? We are conducting the sound, both in English and in Russian. So this thing is streamed both in English and in Russian. Can I try to press a few buttons on your console, on your time machine? Alrighty then.
О, друзья, смотрите, я просто диджей
I'm
света.
doing it. I'm the
Здесь будут
lighting
сидеть люди, которые
DJ.
будут переводить сегодняшние презентации
So
сразу на
we'll
английский
have the
язык,
interpreters
транслировать это в
here,
прямом эфире.
translating both into English and Russian
Итак,
live.
друзья, фотозона
And dear friends, the photo
360,
area,
она здесь.
360
Пойдемте,
photo
пожалуйста,
area, it's
посмотрим.
right here. Let us take a
Друзья,
look.
мы заходим в
Dear
фотозону.
friends,
Давайте посмотрим.
this is
Вау,
the
это очень
photo
красиво.
area.
Так, всё
Seems
двигается,
beautiful.
всё видно. Вот
Everything
это
is
я,
moving,
смотрите.
dynamic.
А
This
вот
is me
девятый
here.
съезд
And here's
Dodo.
the
Ну что,
9th
друзья,
Dodo Meetup.
видеообзор
Dear
на
friends,
это помещение
the video report
заканчивается.
for this
Давайте
particular room
посмотрим вниз.
is done. Let
Давайте
us look
посмотрим еще раз
into the
наверх.
hall once more. Let us look
Друзья,
up
всё, мы
once more.
заканчиваем наш
Dear friends,
видеообзор.
we wrap up
Съезд
with our
сейчас
video
начнется
report. The
буквально
meetup
через
is
пару
about to
минут.
begin in a couple of
Начинаем.
minutes.
Шоу
Let's
вперед.
go. Show must go on.
Друзья, привет!
Dear friends, hello there, how are you doing? Okay, now, let us give a different round of applause. It's not like there's 90 of us here, but imagine there's 2,000 of us, like we used to come together before, just like this. Dear friends, welcome, welcome, welcome to the 9th Meetup of Dodo. The 9th annual meetup. The first one was in 2012. In the forest near Syktyvkar, the city in the east of Russia, there was about 30 people of us back then. Now we're hosting the second online meetup. The previous one was also online. Why do we need these meetups? Initially, we decided to meet every year so that partners and us together could talk to one another and share the most important news, pieces of news, talk about strategies, talk about challenges, and we have been doing this for 9 years in a row. Unfortunately, this year, we cannot meet up as tightly as previously. We cannot meet face-to-face with many of us, but I truly hope that the next or the future meetup will be happening offline face-to-face. This one is quite unusual, quite peculiar. Today, in the beginning, I will not be speaking too much about the actual solutions, hands-down, hands-on, strategical approaches and tactical ideas. My colleagues, however, from Dodo Eurasia, Dodo Great Britain will be talking to us, and my colleagues from Drinkit and Dodo 42, our two startups, will be telling about that. But I will speak about the things that matter for all of our markets and all of our concepts. Our meetups change year to year. Probably next year it will also be different. We are growing bigger, and probably one day is not good enough for us. Probably we'll be hosting separate meetups for Drinkit, Donor, and Dodo. We'll see next year. Overall, life is ever-changing, and I love this quote. You probably have heard this quote, a bit of a Buddhist sort of quote, but it's attributed to the British philosopher and writer Jonathan Swift. There is nothing more permanent in the world than change. There is nothing more permanent than change. Every day, something, anything in the world is changing. If you'd ask me how I would entitle the previous year, that would be the year of uncertainty. The year of change, the year of ambiguity, when we don't know what will be happening next year, next day, and next month. I mean, that the year 2020 was the year of business to money. And you know, business in the fog, like hedgehog in the fog. So in 2002, there was this book published by Nassim Taleb. It's called Black Swan. What is a black swan? What did the author entitle as the Black Swan? This is the event that we could not predict. Nassim Swap is the author of the book. So Black Swan is the event that has tremendous consequences. So if you'd ask me, a year ago, what is this Black Swan? When will the pandemic end? I'd say, guys, it will take like 6 months. We'll be living our ordinary life, traveling from city to country. But it looks like this thing is not going away. And we should admit that we will constantly living in the conditions of uncertainty in this ever-changing world. So let us see how we have been living this previous year, how we've been able to get along this year. Last year, when I've been presenting at this sort of online meetup, the overall revenue of our chain was over 22 billion rubles, starting with midsummer 2019 to midsummer 2020. So, during the similar period from 20 to 21, our revenue increased to 32.6 billion rubles, over 10 billion rubles growth, which is 49% revenue growth, 48% revenue growth. That seems to be pretty significant for our economics. That is a tremendous growth of 48% year to year. Compare this growth to the previous year, 2019-2020. The non-COVID year, that was only 26%. I mean, we've doubled our pace of growth. Doubled! If we look at the largest market of ours, Russia grew by 46%, and overall revenue of Dodo in Russia is 28.2 billion rubles. And globally, we've increased by 60% in the rest of the world with the revenue growth of 4.2 billion rubles. I remember the year when we celebrated 1 billion of revenue. That seemed to be tremendous back then. Now, our overall revenue outside of Russia is 4.2 billion rubles. That's our sales. All of our markets were growing. Kazakhstan, our second largest market, the annual revenue was 1.72 billion rubles. Belarus, almost 1 billion rubles revenue and 79% growth. A tremendous figure. Lithuania, small country, but 545 million rubles revenue. Estonia, plus 60%. Romania, plus 39%. Kyrgyzstan, plus 86% revenue. Small Kyrgyzstan, 169 million rubles of revenue. Great Britain, plus 35%. Uzbekistan, 107%. Nigeria, almost 300% year to year growth. And small Slovenia. There's only one restaurant there, but growing by 74%. A very good figure for annual sales. Almost 1 million euros revenue for one pizza restaurant. But not only sales have increased. Our entire chain was growing and expanding as well. Last year, when I was presenting, we had 619 restaurants. Now we have 714 restaurants, plus 95 restaurants year to year. And I think this is an awesome figure, because we have been growing in spite of pandemic. We have been growing in spite of all the complications that we have faced. So many restaurants had to close, but overall sales, overall revenue of our network, conservative forecast, by the way, for 2021 is supposed to be 37 million rubles of sales and revenue. But we're going to get to 39 millions if we truly fulfill our strategy. What is 39 billion rubles? That is over $500 million annual sales, annual revenue. Quite a significant figure compared to other global chains. And we do realize that it will take us 2 or 3 years and we'll get to a psychological benchmark of $1 billion of revenue, which seemed to be absolutely fantastic just a few years ago. I mean, we love these fancy figures. $1 billion seemed to be fantastic. For a small Russian brand, which was only created 10 years ago, a company that only entered market in a small town of Syktyvkar a few years ago. So let me ask a question now. It's been a complex year, the pandemic. How come we increased so much? How come we have been able to achieve evidently great results? The answer might be surprising, but we got lucky. We got lucky.
Потому что
Why? Because the market was truly favorable to us. The restaurants were closed. Delivery was skyrocketing. The landscape of market was changing. The consumption models were changing. And that gave us an opportunity to truly grow. We caught this wave, and we have been riding it. Because the growth that we have evidenced this year is truly fantastic, we have to admit it. But the most important thing that we have caught the wave, and we have been able to ride the wave. But we were ready to catch that wave. We were ready.
то, что случилось на рынке, мы
What happened in the market? We were using the actual market conditions, the skyrocketing delivery. But we had the tools ready. And we have been using the tools that we have prepared before. We have always been strong with delivery. We had a decent and beautiful mobile app. We were not dependent on delivery aggregators. We did not work with aggregators. We were building our own brand up. We were flexible. We were changing quickly. We had very good interactions with our partners, and we could solve complex challenges together. And that was the thing that helped us to achieve the results. If we compare our results, for example, with another publicly traded company, they were in the same segment, in the same situation, pizza delivery. And we shall see that our results are so much better. We have truly accelerated. Domino's Russia, a public company, traded at London Stock Exchange. That's why they publish their sales reports, etc. So the overall sales from January to April, the growth of their sales was 7.5%. Our growth was over 52%. Domino had sales growth of a bit over 7%. For us, it's 52% plus. If we compare like for like, so the increase of sales for the same restaurant year to year, Domino's increased by 17%. We evidenced the growth of over 34%. That's more by the factor of 3. So that definitely shows that the things that we were doing helped us to approach the market and be ready. So today I want to be talking about what are the major difficulties or challenges for us at the moment and in the upcoming future. I mean, the meetup is the way to talk about the things that matter. Perhaps you'll think that I'm talking about obvious or generalistic things, but I would like you to embrace the thing that I'm talking about today. I want these ideas to make an impact on you because they matter for the future. We need to understand what we need to improve for the future. And no matter what sort of black or white swans we encounter in the future, we will be ready. I mean, these swans might be black, super black, actually white, because this pandemic was truly a white swan, not a black swan. It was a black swan for so many niches and markets, but this particular swan was white for Dodo. But situations might be different. So, the first thing that I want to talk about today is people. People. Sounds obvious, however, that is the foundation for long-term success of any business, and our business in particular. Let me explain. No matter what sort of brand we build, no matter how much we invest into brand awareness, how many doner coffee places or pizza restaurants we open, no matter how good logistics we build, if in our restaurants, coffee places, or doner places, there's no awesome team, all of these things will fall apart. I have faced situations many times when partners were opening big chains, but 2 or 3 people left the business, and business just fell apart because our business is based on people. Business without strong people, strong team, or system of HR management, this is just the 3 little pigs' house, and the wolf can easily blow it off. We need to understand that we need to invest in people, as obvious as it sounds. But we should do this. We often say this. However, I have met this attitude when people consider capital investment, gear investment, construction investment, but they don't feel that they need truly to invest into people, which is a factor of long-term success for any business. Invest into training, into engagement and retention. Investment into further training and development of the staff and the team. But how do you engage really awesome people? When we invest into people, we intuitively want to protect our investment. We want to say, okay, we invested so much into these particular people, let us keep them. Here's what I want to tell you. We need to build the company so that we would be able to engage strong people, but this system must be open. What do I mean saying open system? This is the system where people can grow, where there are opportunities for growth. Let me tell you about one case on this stage. That's been my idea, my solution. I came up with it a few days ago. Sorry, we had this case. The partners, quite obviously, suggested to limit the opportunities for the team to move from one pizza restaurant to the other. I mean, it can only be done if the administration gives the admission. So pizza maker, for example, wants to move from the city in the Far East to Moscow, or just move to a different restaurant in the Far East of Russia. Then the franchisee can actually prohibit that from happening. I think that this would kill our business, because only mobility, only talent mobility, the ability to compete for talent and allow talent to grow, would help us to retain the best people. I mean, if we artificially retain talent by force, the best talent will leave or just will not come to the company whatsoever. We need to create, and our managing company will invest as much effort as we can into creating this openness in a company, create an open ecosystem so that our entire franchisee community would be open. We have over 20,000 people in our team. We want to build a system where people could grow both horizontally, vertically, moving from city to city, from restaurant to restaurant, and actually leaving Dodo, having invested some experience and knowledge and energy into Dodo, then leave Dodo and grow elsewhere. But showing other people that if you come from Dodo, you're really good and you can grow in Dodo as well. That will engage better people, stronger people into our company, so that our pizza makers, our employees will in the future become our partners, our franchisees. And here's my dream. I believe that today in our restaurants, there are people who will eventually become CEOs of our company. I want our people to become administrators, managers, working for the managing company as well. I would like to implore every single one of you, managers, partners, franchisees, to think about your successors. I'm thinking about my successor. I mean, I'm not going anywhere, but when you just think about it, when you just ask a manager, who's your successor? We automatically direct our thinking, our mindset into bringing up better people. We cannot create a system where people can grow if we do not think about succession. And I implore every single partner of ours to think about this. Then eventually you'll be able to get out of daily operations and become not an operator, but the owner of the business. But the business will work just as well. Another important part of Dodo, culture. So many people joined our team because they shared the values of the company. And culture is not simply attitude. It's not simply a set of attitudes. We actually create a toolkit that supports this culture. In 2017, we have written this fabulous Dodo book. Some people outside of Dodo believe that I wrote this book. I actually had no connection to this book whatsoever. The team wrote the book. I read it and I enjoyed it after publishing. And we actually published over 1.3 million copies, paper copies of the book. And people read the book outside of Dodo. And Meetup is a good point, good reason to announce the Dodo Book 2, the sequel to the book. Yes. This fabulous book, it's been written during the previous year, and we collected 16 new stories, 16 new cases, real-life business cases with the actual conclusions and pieces of wisdom. It's all based on true events, as they say. And it's not simply a paper book. Actually, within the book, there are QR codes. And if you scan the QR code, you'll be able to move to the exclusive video content, interviews, interviews, reports. I mean, this is a sort of analog / digital book. And it's not only the collection of stories about Russia, there are stories about Africa as well. And the values and the principles that bring us together when partners from other countries are approaching us, they're also sharing our values. And these values reflect on what sort of people are working in our pizza restaurants in Nigeria, for example. And I go to Nigeria, I talk to people, and I see that they are alike. They're similar to our guys in Vladivostok or in Kazan. There is a beautiful story of growth there, the story of Dmitry Shakhanov from the town of Mazhaisk in the Moscow region. Dmitry joined our company to be pizza maker in the south of Russia in the city of Taganrog, but he had a dream of opening his own restaurant. He was persistent, he found the investment, and he opened the restaurant in the town of Mazhaisk in the Moscow region, and in June 2021 his revenue was 6.1 million rubles. Let us give a round of applause for Dima. He is the case of a wonderful growth story. He is a young person. Here's his beautiful wife and his young daughter. But it's not only about victories, it's also about failures. We are the company who wants to openly share not only its victories, but also its errors and its failures. There's a story about how we had to close our business in China, and some readers even shed a tear when reading about this story. So, guys, people is a keystone of success. It's a simple idea, but we should be thinking about it every day. And I'm sure that the partners who are listening to us right now would think, okay, people, sounds good. But how about investment? We need to find money to invest into people, so that's why we need to have fundamentally solid corporate economics. If we do not have solid economics, if we do not have revenue to spare, if we don't have income to spare and invest into talent development, we cannot survive. Income is the air of business. Without income, we cannot pay salaries, we cannot expand, we cannot innovate. That is why on this stage today, I want to be speaking about economics. I want to plant the seed, the important idea. Guys, we're not efficient enough. We're not efficient enough. You'd be surprised. I mean, we are the leaders in the market. It seems we're opening new restaurants. How come we're not efficient enough? But we have something to benchmark against. So, in your opinion, why this beautiful Dodo naive bird did not survive? It could not fly. Why did this beautiful naive bird of Dodo did not survive? It was too trustworthy, not that fast. Okay, we're beating around the bush. It was too fat, maybe, but these are all consequences. It was, well, it was kind of not even well fed. I mean, it was body positive. It was body positive, but it did not have any competition on Mauritius Island. It was living in a close confinement. And when the Portuguese arrived, it simply wiped out the bird because it was not ready to run away from this predator of human being, which was dangerous enough. So, in Russia, we are competing. I mean, we've been able to do some tremendous things. But Russian market is pretty forgiving. And I'm not even talking about the management, not even talking about pizza restaurants. I mean, guys, you're super good at productivity. This is the issue of the system. And this is our challenge. I mean, our business in the developed markets, which we're entering, we need to be thinking about the future. This is like pro sport, when you're fighting for every millimeter, you're fighting for every percentile. And let me share with you this. I want to show you this cap. Look at this cap. This is a gift from David Sweeney. David Sweeney is my colleague. This is franchising director of Dodo in Great Britain. I recently flew back from Britain. So, what's so special about this cap? Here's the autograph of one outstanding person, Sir Dave Brailsford. Dave Brailsford. Who is the guy? He's the cycling coach who joined Team Britain when Britain was nothing and nowhere in indoor cycling and Olympics. So when Dave joined the team, Britain started collecting 7 out of 10 gold medals at the Olympics. His team won Tour de France, etc., etc. So what was the point of Dave Balesford? Let me tell you this. This is his story. Cycling is a sport where you fight for tiny details, for every single second. So Dave broke apart the entire system of achieving a result. And insanely, he's been trying to improve every single piece of the system, 1% after another. That led to a very significant cumulative result. This is what I'm talking about. If you achieve slight improvements, 1% improvement of every single detail, you can get tremendous cumulative effect. For example, they were carting the bicycles on trucks, and the bicycles were getting covered with dust. Is that a point? Let me tell you this. They covered the bicycles within into white color to see the level of mud, of the dust on the bicycle. He'd be thinking about the pillars that the cyclists are sleeping on. Every day the cyclists were washing their hands like it's pandemic in order to avoid any sort of probability of getting sick, because this small virus makes an impact on the condition of the athlete in the pro sport, where you fight for every percentile of a second. So this is the way we should approach our system. Similarly, getting slight 1% improvement in every single domain of our work, because we see how it works not only in cycling, it works in every developed market. Yes, Russia is a forgiving market, but we're about to enter more developed markets. We need to be, and that will give us a way to invest into labor conditions, into technology, and keep on growing. That is why we must be as efficient as possible. The third thing that I want to be talking about today. For many of you, these might be mere words, but sustainability, you probably hate the word. You're probably saying that I'm just nodding towards a trend. Everybody's talking about sustainability these days, but for us, these are not just talk. It truly matters to us. I have been always thinking, stemming from sustainability. There is not a single business that exists in the vacuum, especially if it's a big business. We're surrounded by the social environment and by natural environment. Sustainability concept is a search for win-win for every stakeholder. Why does it matter? Why is it also profitable? Probably cynical investors would say, you guys spend money on that. Why would it be advantageous for the business? Why? Let me tell you this. The world will change. It is changing today. And those who are not following the change will be staying behind. Point 2. Partnerships. When every single member of the system is winning, everybody is winning, then the system is more stable, literally more sustainable. So the strategy is therefore more sustainable as well. What does it mean? We're going to work to be more sustainable, to reduce our environmental impact. For example, we're going to make all of our package biodegradable. We're going to change a lot in how we do business. We have been saying about that last year, but I do realize that this is a very complex undertaking, a very heavy endeavor. There are so many points that make an impact on sustainability, and it's hard to achieve large results quickly. So I have realized that we need to have a specific dedicated role in the company, somebody who will be in charge of sustainability for our relatively big business. So we decided to actually have a dedicated person who will invest so much energy into the implementation of sustainability projects. So that's why we introduced the Chief Sustainability Officer position in our company. Altyn Nugmanova is our new up-and-coming Chief Sustainability Officer. She used to be the Chief Legal Expert in the company, and she's right here in the audience. Welcome, our Chief Sustainability Officer. We're going to be working to have truly recyclable package and reduce the amount of waste that we produce in our restaurants. This will be a gradual process because, of course, we'll have to balance it with the overall corporate economics, but our consistency and perseverance in the long term will deliver results. We want to improve our product because we are making the product that makes people happy. I mean, pizza is always a joy, but it's not only about joy. We want to make our product healthy as well, less fat. We want to approach the producers, the manufacturers, and together with them, we want to improve our ingredient set. Because we want to make the product of the future, which is not only joyous, but also healthy. Next thing that I want to talk about, technologies. I know that you know that we are a high-tech company. We're a high-tech business. We're not simply a restaurant and food and beverage company. They often ask me, Fyodor, would Dodo follow the robotization and AI revolution? There are so many AI technologies, machine learning, robotization. Why Dodo is not integrating all of those things? Let me share our strategy here. I mean, what is a robot for example, pizza making? We are working with the end customer. Robot in the kitchen is simply a more complex veggie cutter. It's a veggie cutter, just a more complex one, because we create the end product, a brand, a technology, the flavor for the end client. I mean, we can use a robotized veggie cutter or a robotized oven to execute routine tasks in an automated way. But we are a company that creates a brand. We're a company that provides service, the experience for millions of clients. We can make our clients happy. It's not about a veggie cutter. And we do have our very own tech platform, which will only get better. And we can hook up different sorts of startup to that platform. Those startups can convey those sorts of new technologies like AI, robots, ML, etc. There is a number of startups that we're working with right now, and these are not only IT startups, by the way. I mean, forecasting prognostics using AI. Those are startups for robotization. We're now working with a number of projects, and I cannot mention them in public for obvious reasons, but we are doing robots as well. Also, we're working with food tech startups. For example, freezing tech, which helps to preserve nutritious traits and properties of the ingredients. I mean, we work with a number of brands, a number of products, and we're ready to hook up startups. What are the major events that happened in the previous year in our business and in the managing company? Of course, first and foremost, the announced IPO. We announced the IPO. Our company is going to become a publicly traded company in 3 years. And I believe that many of you heard about it. We have this 333 plan, 3 years, 3 brands, 30 million EBITDA for the mentioned company, $30 million. Here's our plan, 333 plan. But why would the franchisees care? I mean, it's a celebration for the managing company. Why? Let me tell you 2 things. First, what would the IPO deliver to our partners? That will make our brand, our business more sustainable, more robust and resilient in the long term. I mean, if you own, if you're a franchisee of the company that is publicly traded, that increases the capitalization of the brand and the worth of your particular restaurant. Another bombshell of the news, we want our franchisees to be the stockholders stakeholders of our business. So we want this IPO to be connected to our actual business. That's why we have come up with decisions. So when we announce the IPO, we'll give the preliminary period for our franchisees before the actual IPOs to participate in the initial primary IPO and buy the stocks at their face value. For example, when the company announces the IPO, they announce the price of the stock for large investors, hedge funds, investment funds, large banks, and only after that, the company is actually openly, publicly traded at the stock exchange. Usually, the initial price is more favorable because the company wants to grow so that the price of the stock would increase when it's actually at the stock exchange. So, of course, this amount of shares is limited, and the investors for the good IPO are always standing in line. We want to book a significant pool of shares before the actual IPO so that our franchisees can become the shareholders of Dodo before the shares are publicly traded, and you will be on par with the largest investors. Also, we're going outside the borders of pizza, just as we have said. We have launched 2 new groovy startups. The Drinkit, we'll be talking about how things are doing with Drinkit today, and our Donor 42 that we opened in December 2020. And indeed, I'm happy that these startups are doing really well. The teams are very powerful, very vibrant, because it's not about opening one particular point of sale. There should be a team behind that will be able to help the brand grow and scale the brand up. I believe that these 2 teams have been very successful, and they presented evident achievements. So, but why are we not scaling them yet? What takes us so long? Guys, our business is complex in terms of operations. There is so much detail there. We want to make a robust, long-term project, not just release half-baked brands. No, we want to actually introduce into the market long-term brands, like Dodo with a pizza. Another third startup of ours, which one do you know? Dodo Pizza UK, that's our startup. That truly is a startup. We have launched it last year, in the end of the last year, launching a new concept during the pandemic in the new market. Think about it, the mature market. Why is it useful for our Russian market? UK is the market where we apply this cycling approach, where we need to be super efficient at every single detail of our business. Next, our product R&D. We have launched a set of completely new products based on new Dow. This technology was first developed in China, then transitioned to UK and adapted for UK market. And it's not only that we've been the IT company, now we're becoming an awesome company for food tech. We're getting better and better at product development. And this is an amazing product. And as soon as we learn to scale this technology, we shall transition it to Eurasia as well. And dear ladies and gentlemen, let me invite to this stage our first startup leader, the operational leader for UK, Ekaterina Landyreva. Please welcome Katya on this stage.
Катя, привет! Передаю тебе кликер.
Katya, how are you doing?
Thank you so much. Hi everyone. Today I'm going to tell you about Dodo Pizza UK, about the results of the startup and our plans for the future. So of course, first and foremost, this presentation is something that will be interesting to our partners, future partners and investors, but I also hope that the partners, the managers, all of the countries where Dodo is present in, and of the countries that we're planning to expand in the future will find inspiration in this presentation to solve complex issues, which is something that we face every day. So why don't we go to the UK? So a few words overall, the UK market. This is a high competition market. Domino's is represented by 1,144 pizza restaurants. Papa John's has 467 pizza places. And at the same time, the population of the UK is twice as small as Russia. And the volume of the delivery market is many times bigger than the Russian market. The UK market is not the market where trends just come in. It's where the trends are born. It's the market where the competition is very high, and it's the market where if we learn to live and build surviving business models, we will be able to achieve great results in other markets. So we started our history and our UK story in 2017. The first pizza restaurant was opened with a Russian-speaking partner, Konstantin. In 2019, we opened 3 more pizza restaurants within the franchising model with English-speaking partners. And what we realized is we can for sure develop in the UK market, but we had to figure out the strategy, not just to develop, but to really go into this breakthrough. What were the development scenarios? The first one was to invest a lot of money, loads and loads and loads, and a lot of time. And also, let me remind you, a lot of money in pounds. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, we don't have these resources because we do have another scenario available, which is to come up with something and hack the market. So this is something that we started pondering and thinking about. What are we able to offer the client? A new experience, a new level of service, and what we have gathered here is in the 3 years of experience working in the UK. In the 3 years, we have learned how to, feel the client and knowing the trends. We have had the experience of working with the Roman dough in China, which is something that Fyodor mentioned. Something that we came up with is a hypothesis that the Brits will love the Roman dough. Some of you know what the Roman dough is all about, and Fyodor mentioned it overall. How is Roman dough different from the usual pizza dough? The Roman dough is fluffier and lighter, and because there is more water and it's more porous, it needs less time in the oven, about 3 minutes, and for the usual dough, it's about 4 to 5 minutes. Also, you don't need to roll it out because the dough pieces are shock frozen and prepared in the distribution centers and are delivered to the pizza restaurants in small blocks, which gives us a really long storage life, longer storage life. So we're not really inventing a new format. We are working in the familiar field, which is the food delivery field, and the pizza is also a familiar product for the Brits. And actually, this is not something that is true of China. Pizza is not a very familiar product in China. But the Roman dough can take the client experience of this product to a new level, give a new taste, new flavor, more sophisticated and more unusual. And so what does this give to the client in detail? The client is getting a tastier and unusual product. It's healthier, it's lighter. These are completely different experiences that you have after you've eaten this pizza. And because certain stages of the preparation are missing, so we don't need to have them, the delivery is faster and the preparation is faster. And if the processes of the operations are organized well, you can prepare it and deliver it in 15 to 20 minutes. What does this mean for the business? Easier preparation process because we can omit certain stages of the preparation, and this influences labor costs. And then, as I've already mentioned, delivery is easier because easier to plan when the storage life is longer, and also it's more compact to deliver. So with all of these things in mind, we went ahead and implemented this idea. So 5 months it took us from the first ideas to the start of the sales. These were not the easiest months for the company. The second wave of the pandemic was going on, and if you can imagine that you didn't even know if tomorrow was going to be the day where you could get together with the company, and this was very uncertain, but we just started doing it, went ahead and started working. So every concept starts with a product. And of course, we focused on the unique recipes. So imagine Britain is not the Russian market. We didn't even have a testing ground to try and make pizza and make these experiments. So Tim White, our distributor and our partner, is someone who we asked right in his showroom where he has all the equipment. He gave us this opportunity to test out our concept. He didn't know that what would happen we would practically move in for a few months to work on our experiment. So we concentrated on the dough, and some of the work we also did remotely via video calling with China, with Spartak, and with Magomed from Moscow. So here I'm holding Magomed in my laptop for Magomed to see the preparation of the dough. So Magomed, you are and you will remain the only person, the only man that I've ever carried in my arms. And so, of course, after the dough, then, of course, we have the taste, we have the recipes. This is Ben Warren, our British chef. He is pondering a very complex task to work out gourmet recipes for the unusual Roman dough. So something that will also work with delivery, with the delivery process, and at the same time will be profitable for the business model. So will be interesting for the business model to be profitable. And Ben really started working through these amazing, unusual recipes so that you couldn't take your eyes off of the pizza. Add a twist. Sometimes you can have mango or avocado, prosciutto, or balsamico. And it's something, again, that had to fit the business model as well. So something that we figured out in the menu is that we have 3 categories in the menu. We have the first category, which is classic. But even pepperoni has a twist. There's a little bit of oregano and Parmesan. The second one is the gourmet category with prosciutto, salmon, balsamico, etc. And then, of course, the signature pizza, which are the recipes that you won't find anywhere else, which are signature pizza only at Dodo's. And the signature of the signatures is our lobster and mango pizza. So imagine you're coming back home from a long, hard day's night, and you really want to have a special evening. You open your Dodo Pizza app. You choose pizza and with lobster and mango. You can also choose some Prosecco. Yes, it is available in the UK for delivery. And in 15 minutes, our smiling courier delivers this amazing dinner right to your door. Isn't that wonderful? So these amazing recipes really needed special packaging. What I mean by packaging is all of our communication. And together with the client's agency, we created a new brand design. So the task that we had in mind was to put together the classic gourmet and the fast fusion delivery, the black and the orange, the clash of the seemingly contradictory elements. We wanted to show through our communication that we really care about the quality of the ingredients, that we are stylish, that we're unusual, that we're not just any familiar pizza market players. So it's something that started with the packaging. And of course, social media marketing is a very important part of communication strategy. And our task, again, was not to just be gourmet, but gourmet with a twist. Even if it's a piece of pizza that we're showing a girl with different color nails. We have different clients. We have all sorts of art histories in our photos and making our Instagram with a twist and a lot of fun. And of course, the interior. So overall, and pizza restaurant, a pizza place, is of course the point of contact with the client. This is where a person is physically immersed in our brand. When I used to go to pizza restaurants in the UK to get my delivery, what I would see in terms of the interiors is that it's uncozy, it's cold, and you just want to grab your pizza and leave. And we wanted to do something completely different. So Oleg Kulik created a concept for us that we call the pizza boutique. Green walls with natural plants, this big, beautiful wooden bench, these big posters with very vivid colors and photographs of our products. So we really wanted the client coming in for them to really feel, even if they're only waiting for a few minutes, to really feel the king of the world, like they are getting this much more. And so this point of contact would also be an Instagrammable point of our pizza restaurants for people to share it on social media. So we have put all this together, the amazing product with the fabulous recipe, new brand design, new packaging, new social media marketing style, new interior, and we were completely sure that this would really be the watershed moment, the before and after point in the lives of our customers, for them to cry tears of joy after they have finally tried our pizza for the first time. So we were very anxious and very excited to launch the quiet launch, the first 5 days where there's no ads, there's no marketing, where the pizza restaurant is open for the clients to be able to come in and taste and give us feedback. So we started off the first day, but we found ourselves up in space, in the emptiness. On the first day, we did not receive one substantial review. Okay, then the second day of the quiet launch, no reviews, no feedback. People would come in, they would taste the pizza, and they would say, okay, and they would leave. Fourth day of the quiet launch, we are even more nervously refreshing the Facebook page, the Google Maps reviews, nothing. The fifth day, we thought maybe we did something wrong, but we kept working, and then the first day of the big launch arrived. There were a lot of clients, there were a lot of orders. We hardly had enough time to give everyone a hug. The oven hardly had enough time to give out enough pizzas for everyone. And in the middle, with the whole team, we would just scroll through our pages the clients coming, they would grab the pizza very fast and they would go, and it seemed all is lost. But then, Katya Korchikova, I remember the moment, it was 5:10 p.m. She comes out and she just cries out, "My son loved it." It wasn't about her son, it was someone's son, it was our client's son, our happy client who was so happy to find, surprised, and to find this wonderful new spot. We were beyond, we were over the moon. We saw the Earth coming into view in our spaceship. In 5 minutes, another review came in. Jake Eden recommended. And then more and more of these reviews would pour in. Part of them were negative, of course, and so something that really showed us the points of growth. But the vast majority of them gave us this understanding that we're moving in the right direction, and that indeed the life of the Brits gets divided into this before and after Dodo moment, and they want to come back, and they want to keep coming back. The reviews are not the only thing to look at. It's also the numbers, the revenue. So let's look at the revenues in the first 6 months. We see that from the very first month, the trend is positive. And in June, we see a bit of a dip, which is explained by the fact that June was when all of the restaurants and pubs were finally opened in the UK. And all of these were closed since last year. And then also students left from the places that we are present in. Just to compare, I have the figures for Coventry, which is also one of our pizza restaurants in the middle of England, which works on the traditional dough. And compared to Remington, we can also see it. Coventry also had a bit of a dip in June, but in spite of the fact that there is this little dip in June, we find that this is a successful result, and we see that it's gaining momentum. So let's also look at the returning clients, because their number keeps growing. What this means for us is that more and more people come back, they trust us, they want to see our smiling cashier, our very warm and friendly courier, and which is something that's great. Again, letting us know that we're on the right way, we're moving in the right direction. And something that we could also compare this with is the return rates. What we can only compare this with is the pizza restaurants within the Dodo brand. So just to compare various countries, so let's look at the return rates in the 3rd, 6th, 9th, and 12th weeks. So let's look at the Munich pizza restaurant, which was opened last year. Then we have our retail pizza restaurant in Moscow. Then it was also important to compare the return rates in our pizza restaurant in Brighton, which is our first UK pizza restaurant. And again, it's important to note that the comparison is the period from the opening. And then here you see that the Leamington return rates are indeed higher, and it's something that gives us a lot of hope for the future. And we do see that this trend is something that will influence our business model in a very positive way. And also looking at all of these reviews and looking at these numbers, we can arrive at the conclusion that our hypothesis is proven right, and the Brits love the Roman dough. But that's not all there is to it. It's just the start. Our next big step is fine-tuning, honing our business model. And there are two big parts of it. First is simplifying the operation. We will fight for every detail, for every second. We will decompose all of the operations and see what we can get rid of, what we can simplify, And we will also look at the possibility of automatization of few processes. I will keep some of it a mystery, so you will have to follow our social media, and we will be sharing our experience. In May 2021, Dodo Pizza, Dodo Brands, has decided to focus on the UK market. Focus not only in terms of time, energy, but in terms of resources and investment. In 2021, we're planning to open the first production and distribution center of the ingredients and the dough in the UK to make sure that we lift maximum of the workload of our corporate partners and suppliers. So, keeping all of the things that we have seen in our business model in mind, this is the solution, this is the decision that we figured out. Our app is good and it's easy to work with, but it's not ideal to work with the British patterns in particular. So we see that in order to really have a breakthrough, we need to rethink it completely. And again, this is something that we have decided to invest a lot in, the mobile app. And of course, the team. In order to implement all of the wonderful plans that we have, we need more people. This is but just one part of our team. And we are hiring people from Russia and from the UK to make sure that we make all of the things that we have dreamed and planned possible. Development. We are planning to very actively develop our corporate chain. And in October, we're opening a restaurant in Cheltenham, the first one in Cheltenham and the second corporate pizza restaurant. And of course, testing partners and franchising. And if you would like to become our testing partner and become part of our team on preferential conditions, connect with David Sweeney, so he will tell you what next steps you should be taking. So to sum it all up, what we see in the British market are the two big groups of players. The first are the big players, are very good with operations and with service and with speed. But at the same time, what they're not able to do is to give the market the sophistication, the flavors, the quality. We, Dodo Pizza, we feel quite sure in the delivery market. We know that we have enough expertise to have very fast and very high quality delivery. At the same time, the Roman dough gives us an opportunity to give the clients a much tastier, much greater product. So combining the best of these two worlds, we will be able to really have a breakthrough in the UK market. When we first opened the pizza restaurant, our architect, Win Roberts, he was standing in this new space and he was taking a bite of the lobster and mango pizza. And I remember this moment where he had this phrase when he said, you know what, at the beginning I had no idea why you needed this green wall, this bench, why you would want to show all of these ingredients. You're just a pizza place, that's what I thought. But standing here and seeing all of this and tasting your pizza, I realized that every little detail was really thought out and combined into a completely new experience. It's not something that I'm used to. I'm loving this experience. I just hope that you open next to my house very soon. Everything is just beginning by Fedor Ovchinnikov. Thank you.
Katya, thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you so much.
Друзья,
Dear
я только
friends,
что вернулся
I've just
несколько дней
returned
назад
a
из
few days
Великобритании.
ago from
Могу
Britain,
на 100%
and I
подтвердить
can
слова
ensure
Кати.
you
Очень
100%
вкусная пицца.
the pizza there
И
is
действительно,
just
производит
delicious,
очень
and the restaurant
необычное
definitely
впечатление.
makes an
Просто
impression.
круто, что команда сделала
It's just
за год
really
в
smashing
условиях
to see what the
жесточайших
team has been able to do during
ограничений,
harsh
онлайна,
pandemic,
несмотря на всё, мы
online
двигаемся
sales.
вперед.
In spite of anything,
Спасибо.
we keep on keeping on creating the best of the best. Thank you. What up? What are we doing?
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Спасибо. Друзья, мы
Dear
переходим
friends,
к следующему
this is a good
нашему
segue to our
стартапу.
next startup.
Скажите, пожалуйста, кто не пробовал
Okay,
доноры сидят
have
здесь?
you ever tasted our doner?
Вам надо обязательно попробовать.
You
Это
must
действительно
taste it if you
очень,
have
очень,
not tasted it.
вкусный
I mean,
продукт.
indeed, it's a
Очень, как
delicious
говорится сейчас,
product.
healthy.
And as they
Тонкая
love to say these days,
цельнозерновая
it's
лепешка,
healthy.
мясо,
Whole
свежее,
grain,
сочные, свежие овощи.
flat bread, fresh
Соусы, которые
veggies,
приготовлены
sauces.
нами, фирменные соусы, поэтому
Our
обязательно попробуйте.
specialty
год
sauces,
назад,
please do taste it. A
Когда
year
мы
ago,
объявили о том,
when
что
we
будем
first
запускать
announced that we're
новые
going to launch
стартапы,
this new
концепции, мы
startups,
ничего
new
не
concepts,
знали
we didn't know
о
anything
кофе,
about coffee.
насколько
I
знаем
mean,
сейчас о донорах.
now we know so
Многие
much
мне
more. And
не верили и говорили: Федор,
people
это
did
же
not believe in the
невозможно.
idea. They were saying,
Запустить
Fyodor,
и
it's
будет
impossible to
крутым
launch
этот
the thing
продукт.
and be super
Очень
awesome with
сложно.
it. I
Но я
mean,
могу
how hard is
констатировать,
that?
что получилось.
But
И как
we
я
need to
сказал, что
witness
у нас
what
есть
has
две
happened.
крутые команды. И сейчас я
We have
передам
two
слово
really
Магомеду.
powerful
Магомед,
teams.
к
And
сожалению,
now
не
let
может
me hand
выступать
over the floor to
сегодня
Magomed.
в
He
оффлайне.
cannot be with
Но
us
мы,
offline,
несмотря
but
ни
in
на что, ни на
spite
любые
of
трудности,
any
соединяемся,
difficulties, we
используем
are getting
современные
in
средства
touch
связи, поэтому
using
сейчас Магомеда
contemporary
выводят на
means
экран.
of
Мы будем
communication.
его
So
видеть, слышать,
Magomed
он
is
будет
going
видеть нас, мы
online. We
будем
shall
с ним
hear him
пообщаться.
so very
Магомед
soon.
расскажет о том,
And
что команда
soon,
Dodo 42
Magomed
достигла
Kostoev
за год и
will be
какие
telling about the
планы.
achievements of
Вообще,
Donor
рынок
42 in the previous year.
шавермы,
Overall, the
шаурмы,
shawarma
доноров
market
— это прекрасный рынок, потому что
is a beautiful
к
market.
сожалению,
It's a
на этом рынке
fabulous market
нету
because in
больших
that market there are no
сетей, которые бы
large-scale
системно работали
networks
с
that
этим
would
продуктом.
approach to
Это
the
очень
product
инновационный проект для нас, потому что
systematically.
мы создаем
Truly, for us,
новую
it is the
производственную модель,
innovative
мы
product.
изобретаем
We're creating the new
оборудование,
production
мы
model. We are
создаем
literally
процессы.
inventing the equipment.
И
We
мне это
establish the
напоминает,
processes. And
когда
all of these
Макдональдс,
things remind me
50-е
of
годы в Америке
McDonald's in the
бургеры не
50s. I
были,
mean, burgers back
знаете,
then, they were not
худой,
as
такой
commonplace. It was not a food
безопасной, как
that
она
was
является
safe
сейчас.
and
Это
as
была
accessible as it
еда, значит,
is
которая
today.
продавалась на
I mean, that was the
автозаправках,
food that they
была
sold
традиция.
at the
Что-то было
gas
похожее
stations, and you could
на рынок
easily get food
шавермы,
poisoning as a
шаурмы.
result. It was similar to
И
shawarma
что
market at the
сделал
moment.
Макдональдс? Они пришли
So what
в
did
этот
McDonald's do?
популярный и
They
прекрасный
entered this
продукт,
popular product segment,
систематизировали всё,
systematized
сделали
it,
классный,
and they made
стабильный,
a really cool
системный,
and stable,
безопасный для
system-based
клиентов. Мы хотим то же самое
business.
сделать донорам.
Safe for
Итак,
client,
друзья,
first and
готовы
foremost.
увидеть
So,
Магомеда?
are we ready to
Всё,
have
Магомедов в
Magomed
студию.
live?
Давай, держим. Он очень
Let
хотел
us
быть
give
с
him the
нами.
round of applause. He really wanted to be with us today.
Дорогой Магомед, слышишь ли ты нас?
Magomed, my dear friend, can you hear us?
Ты нас слышишь?
I can hear you very
нас
well,
видишь?
very well. Can you see
Мы
us?
все очень рады тебя
We are all
видеть.
happy to
Я
see you.
виртуально передаю тебе
Virtually,
кликер
I
и
send
удаляюсь
the
со
clicker
сцены.
over to you and I leave the stage.
Да, спасибо, друзья.
Thanks, friends,
Все,
thanks.
встречайте
Я-
Магомеда.
Yeah, welcome, Magomed. Welcome.
Встречайте.
Yes, do welcome me. Do
Друзья,
that.
спасибо за поддержку. Мне
Thank
очень
you very
приятно
much,
выступать сегодня
friends, for the
в Ване.
support.
Даже с учетом того, что
Happy
я
to be
не
with
нахожусь
you,
в зале, я все равно
Considering that I'm not
всех вас
inside the
вижу,
room,
чувствую.
I'm still
Спасибо.
feeling you, I'm still hearing you, and it's great to
Сложно
be here.
выступать, когда
It's hard to talk
в предыдущем спиче в одном предложении сочетались
when in the
слова
previous speech
лобстер и манго.
we had
Поэтому
two words, lobster and
попробую
manga, in the same
спустить нас
sentence.
всех с небес
But
на
let me
грешную
try to
землю
bring
и
you all down
поговорить
to
о
the
нашей
sinful
любимой
earth and
шаурме,
from
о
those
самом народном
clouds. And let me
продукте.
talk about
Но
shawarma,
давайте
the most
перенесемся на
popular
год назад.
products, the most
Год назад
democratic
я ходил, я
out
выступал
of
на
all
этой
products.
сцене
A year ago, I was standing up on
и
this
рассказывал
stage,
о том,
and I was telling you
что шаурма является
that shawarma
по-настоящему народным
is
продуктом.
the true
Я говорил о
product
том,
populace.
что до сих пор
loved by many. And I've told you that until now, until recently, there's not been a federal player in the Russian market, player number one in the shawarma market, and I was also explaining our plans, and I was telling you that we're hoping to tap the market and conquer it, like once McDonald's did in the hamburger market. A couple of months ago, on the 4th of December, we opened up our doors for the first time, and it was a truly interesting and a truly grand event. We've never expected such a big flock of guests. You know, there is a technical lunch, such a term in the restaurant business. You open up for the first 2 weeks to check whether you've made any mistakes, to check on your IT system, to check whether your standards and supplies are aligned, but it didn't work out. I mean, we couldn't do it quietly. Almost all possible media wrote about our opening. I was even left with an impression that it's like launching a rocket to space in the backyard. And I was receiving links with lots of interesting media coverage to my personal email. And 7 months passed, and it's time to draw some conclusions. Now it's time to tell you what we've achieved and what we've made so far and what we still need to be doing. Revenue is one of the most important indicators and one of the most important measure of success. Starting from December and onwards, we've been on the upward trend, and already in June we hit the ceiling of 5 million a month, reaching 5,182,000. Is that a lot or not? It might seem that for a shawarma place or a shawarma company, it's not a big figure, but our objective is that actually one outlet can produce up to 6 or 7 or even 8 million. It's just that we need to put our mind to it. 65 square meters, that's the overall floor area of our shawarma place. I think it's great. Here's the number of orders. We've been growing with our revenue, not just because our average check grew, or not because our prices dropped. Actually, when it comes to the number of orders, we've also been growing that. And already in June, we reached the ceiling of 16,000 a month. Let's recalculate it to days. Here's the average daily amount of orders. In June, it's 532, which is, I think, quite a positive result. Have a look at the days in June. On the 4th of June, 728 orders were produced by ourselves. And I think it's a positive, a very good result. All those figures include delivery, and as far as delivery stands, I'll tell more about that later, but it's also important to reach revenue per store and profitability per store. And here's the revenue per store, 4 million in June, breaking the line of 4 million already during the 6 months of the year. So, I briefly told you about the figures, I briefly gave you the facts and figures. What did we manage to achieve in 7 months? Well, first and foremost, we managed to produce a modern, trendy brand, which is now loved by all our guests. Everybody comes back to us. We put a great stake on high-tech equipment, and that stake paid off. We're very happy with the results. You see our donor grill on the slides. It's our, donor grill 1.0. Why is it so unique, and how come it's so innovative? Well, first, it consumes just 5 kW, 5 kilowatts of power. Those of you who work in the restaurant business, those of you who are not novices to it, those of you who have lots of equipment in the kitchen, they understand that it's a great achievement. Its cost is 3, 4, and even 5 times lower than all foreign-produced analogs. And the third feature of the grill is that it helps you to make some of the processes run in parallel. For example, you can heat up the doner, the shawarma, and also fill it in at the same time. Why is it so important? Should we use a more classical model or process of preparing a shawarma, of cooking a shawarma, when you have plenty of orders to deliver, like 5, 10, or 20 at the same time, and we have that situation quite often, the production time, the throughput would have been, or the lead time would be 25 to 30 minutes per order. Considering the throughput, considering the lead time it required, the guest would never come back. That's why we keep improving our service time and our cooking time. And the third feature is that it allows you to work as a production belt, or rather a conveyor belt, and you can prepare several donors at the same time. For example, you can take a piece of dough and you can start rolling it out. One donor maker can produce several pizzas at the same time. Here, you can take 3 flatbreads and you can start filling them in, and it means 3 donors would be soon out fresh from the oven. Here's the owner and the founder of Delovaya Rus company. He's our technical partner, a person who's been our partner for many years, who we deeply respect. And here's our piece of equipment, and they managed to produce it specifically for us. Mikhail sends the second version of the doner grill, and here's doner grill 2.0. That's the innovative and the most advanced version. Why is it so advanced? Well, because it became wider. In this way, we're debottlenecking some of the complex operation stages, almost, well, make it twice as speedier. And you can see how the grill is going to look like on the 3D model over there. Why else it's unique? What other engineering ingenuities are being used in here? Well, as opposed to pizza making, you know, a pizza maker puts up cold ingredients on the flatbread. Here in our Berlin doner, we use both hot and cold fillings. We use, for example, hot and cold aubergines, and also some hot chicken meat is used as a filling for a doner, and we managed to combine all that, and we managed to balance the 2 types of ingredients on the same flatbread. And that's quite a task, I would say, an engineering task, and Delovaya Rus managed to beautifully deal with that. There are no analogs to this piece of equipment around the world, and as previously, it will be an exclusive delivery, an exclusive supply from our vendors to us. It's our proprietary piece of equipment. Now the product itself. Here on the picture, I'm showing Vladimir. Vladimir is the founder of White Water's company. The company is unique. The thing is that when, just a year ago, I've been telling about the project, I told that we don't really want to buy any ready-made products. We want to make our own flatbread, to make our own sauces and fillings and marinades. And we've been searching, we've been scouting for vendors and suppliers who will be able to do so, who will be able to replicate our recipes using no oil, no fat, no milk, especially for some customers of ours who have specific dietary needs. For example, who have protein intolerance or animal protein intolerance. And I think that's an important thing, an important consideration. We also have a vegetable doner, and this kind of flatbread goes very well with a vegetable filling. So Vladimir's company, White Waters, managed to replicate the recipe we sent them out. And further, when he was announcing for me to take the stage, he said that Doner 42 story looks very like McDonald's. We have plenty of things in common, but This is an important moment where I need to elaborate a little bit. I just need to say, when McDonald's was just taking flight, a lot of things were not out there. And there were not so many suppliers who would have provided, for example, specific fat for French fries. There were no equipment suppliers. Dick and Mac had to come up with their own tools and their own instruments. Why White Waters is so interesting? Because before Donor 42 came about, it didn't exist. We found Vladimir. We conversed for a very long time. We tested and probed and experimented. And once Vladimir said, "Guys, I finally realized that actually making shawarma, that's not my business. My business is making ideal products for other businesses." And Vladimir decided to no longer keep his own shawarma places, but he dedicated himself completely to producing ingredients for us, meaning flatbread and amazing Turkish bun. And it also has to be noted that Vladimir's company is the only one that managed, out of plenty suppliers that we talked to, managed to replicate our berry drinks. Please do pop in our shawarma place after my speech and try them out. They're amazing. Also, we were trying to expand across different product lines. We have our own chicken broth. We have our own sauces that we prepare every morning, fresh. We also provide for a large lineup of deep-fried products and salads. Actually, some of our salads have been adapted to cater for the Russian taste. Here's ayran. Here's the milk drink that we're also selling, and just after finishing this presentation, I'm going to take a sip from this bottle. And some of the beautiful baked goods that we're making right in front of our guests. And we also serve 100% Arabic coffee. We've also introduced a second size of the donor. It's a little smaller than the standard one. Here's the standard size. Here's the size. It's 400+ grams. Some of our guests, well, it was too much for them. They were bursting at the seams. They said, "Give us something smaller." So we produced something smaller. And of course, it couldn't have but impacted our revenue streams. You might be left with an erroneous impression that we're only selling donors and shawarma and nothing else. The menu is not so extensive. There is some truth to that. 70% of all the menu, of all the sales we make, is donors. But what's also popular, and what our guests also like to buy, are various appetizers. We have lots of deep-fried products to offer, and cold drinks. For example, dried fruit drinks and fresh fruit drinks, and ayran, the milk drink that I was promising you to drink after. I can't just say that we're just a shawarma, yet another shawarma place. No, no, no. We're QSR place where we not just serve donors, but we also serve a huge range of other products, drinks and food. Let's talk about the mobile application. Originally, we wanted to focus on making our place a digital donor place. Just imagine, you have most of your guests using our mobile application, and it helps you to digitize their behaviors, to see their patterns. You will know what they eat and when they eat it. When they go to our restaurants, you will preempt their wishes, and you will even be able to make personalized offerings for them. You would even be able to propose an amended and adjusted and adapted loyalty program to every specific guest, which will make their experience ever so better. Gosha and Arseny, two guys, the founders of Where Shaverma startup, developed the application. Now they are part of our brand. Originally, their IT software was an aggregator of maps, and they just showed on the map where donor places were. But there are so many more features right now.
Let me just tell you about a couple of things that we've presented. Donor coins. We've been itching to make donor coins for a very long period of time. It's actually a 5% cashback loyalty program. Spending 100 rubles, you get 5 rubles back. For every 100 rubles you spend, you get 5 rubles back on your personal account. Our analytics showed that our guests really love that system. They use it, they accumulate donor coins, and it's a popular feature. But it's just one component of our loyalty program, and there is more to come. Out of some new features that we offer, we have Shaky Donor. What's a shaky donor? Imagine a guest enters the store. He's already tried everything, and he's bored. He wants some new mixes, some new products, and he doesn't really want to beat around the bush. He just takes the phone, he shakes it, and our AI algorithm selects a set of dishes and drinks and beverages for the person, for the guest. We have a smart combo solution, which is an interesting and unique feature offered through our application. I've never seen any similar applications anywhere else. If you've seen it somewhere, drop me a line, because we looked around and we didn't find any. What's a smart combo? Let me explain. So when a guest doesn't really have to think about what's available on the menu and what combos are up for grabs, he just starts piling his basket. He just starts putting in stuff in the basket, and then some of those drinks or dishes he selected turn out to be a combo. Coca combo. And the application tells the guest, okay, let me assemble the combo for you, and it's going to be cheaper for you. You might think, isn't it dumb because we're losing money? Yes, we are losing a little money, but the loyalty we gain balances off everything we lose. And guests love us for that. They love us for it. And it's becoming a very popular thing amongst our guests nowadays. Let's talk business now. Let's talk about what our application has to offer apart from just fun stuff. Here's Donor Score, which guests don't see, but we know what's happening down there. As soon as the guest makes an order through an application, places an order through an application, he can grade the order, also leaving his or her comments, and grade the taste according to a 5-point scale. And he or she can grade the taste, the service, and the easiness of use. Imagine we hadn't done that. Imagine there's been a drop in our taste, properties, or service quality. And of course, it would have directly impacted our revenue, our number of returned customers, etc. But we would have noted it only 3 or 4 months after, so it wouldn't be a. It would be a feedback indicator that looks backwards. Here we can preempt, and we will know if the guest didn't like something, if he's been served for too long, or something else. It's a front-facing indicator. It's a front-facing measurement, and it allows us to solve all the problems before they even surface, and it's a great helper in our business. And of course, it's all going to be available for our franchisee partners as soon as it is out. Now, the second business application in our software, Biz Analytics. It's a tab in the usual app we have. Donor 42 don't require any additional systems to be installed. It works for our partners, for our franchisee, for our managers, territorial managers, and the like. The tab is already available right now, and you can have a look at your major facts and figures, the major metrics online. The dashboard shows you the revenue, the number of checks, and the average check. It's a screenshot that I just made from my application on the 18th of December, and I don't remember when exactly it was, at 6 p.m. or something. So it's a snapshot of what's happening, and you can also drill down to the like for like. You can have a look at what happened with your store a week ago. You can also upload revenue from the application. We wanted to deliver you a digital donor restaurant. So for 5 months, we've been observing the growth in the revenue. The guests have already praised our application. They're ready to move online. And this growth in revenue tells us that the mobile application, well, as they say, jumped, and the users like it. But of course, revenue is good, the cash is king, but there are 3 more indicators that need to be mentioned and that need to be given a very careful attention. 800 new active users a week. So what it means? It means that the user knows about our application, installs it, and makes an order in it. It's not just installing and forgetting, but also installing and making an order. 800 new active users a week. I think it's a fantastic result. Out of this 800, our weekly return rate, the retention rate, is 12%. Actually, it was 10 in June. Here in July, it's already 12. Amazing, isn't it? Now, revenue from the application is one of the key metrics that we decide to use as a KPI. When I was delivering the presentation in the end of June, I was only showing 31%. July sees a significant jump in this figure, and it's 40%, which I believe is a great result. Something to be really proud of. And of course, the delivery trend is something that we couldn't forget, something that we couldn't miss. So we wanted to test our product with delivery. We went an easy way. For the first time, throughout the existence of Dodo brand, we decided to integrate Dodo IS with Yandex Food and Delivery Club. It allowed us to receive and produce orders very quickly. The chef gets the order from the application and delivers it. The guests really like that. They like our product being delivered. See the rating? It's 4.9 in Yandex Food application, in Yandex Food service. It speaks for itself. Our guests love our product and they keep ordering it. The rating has been up for not just a week, a couple of weeks in a row. Here's the revenue for delivery service, and that's how much we earn from various aggregators. In June, we hit 1 million. And it's just the beginning. There is plenty of room for improvement. Looking back, taking stock of the success we had in the aggregators, we now are absolutely positive that we can make our own delivery service. Already in a month, we will be launching our own delivery with our own courier service. And that's how it will look like for a guest. You'll be able to geo-track your courier, you'll be able to grade your courier, etc., etc. It's all good, you're gonna tell me, Magomed, but what about the profits? Let me update you on that matter. For 7 months, we've been focusing and putting all of our efforts to improve our product, to make sure that our standards are up and running, to grow our revenues and launch various marketing campaigns. We didn't imagine that the monster we created is huge and it continues growing. The creature keeps becoming bigger and bigger with every passing month. So we decided that we need to make a business case out of that. Our stores need to deliver in terms of profits. In our business, in QSR, 2 key KPIs are labor costs, which is cost per 1 employee with taxes, and unit costs, which is COGS of F&B. Totally, these two indicators should be less than 60%. That's the objective. And if they're smaller than 60, we're profitable and our business case balances. Now the indicator is 70%, but it is not bad. We know what to do, we have a plan, and we know in what time we actually think it's going to happen quite fast, and what exactly has to be done to be able to arrive to the KPI we set for ourselves. All right, so 7 months after, I can say that the concept is up and running. Here's a slide from my presentation, which I delivered a year ago, when I was telling you what we wanted to do. We wanted to produce a brand and a restaurant where you're going to feel comfortable, where it's going to be tasty and safe. I'm showing you this slide again and again, but today this slide doesn't hold the word we want. It has two words: we did. And we did a restaurant where it became really comfortable to come and eat. It's really tasty and it's really safe. We observe all the temperature limits and we observe all the safety standards. A year ago, when I was telling you this story, I came up with two hypotheses. I was asking myself a question. Is there still a place for a large doner or shawarma player in the Russian market? In terms of pizza category, Dodo is #1, and it's top of mind. In our mind, McDonald's will always be associated with burgers, but we still believe, knowing how our donor place performs, seeing and observing its growth, we believe that this place, this spot #1 as a large federal player in the donor category is going to be ours. And I think we are destined to become successful. Our hypothesis #2 was, are we good enough to compete with the three big players in QSR world? Today, this hypothesis stands true. We truly believe that these three brands are our competitors. We're playing in their own price levels. We keep up with their speeds, and very soon we'll be tapping the spaces, the venues where these three brands are allocated. We're currently in the search for some of the shop floors of 150, 200, and 250 square meters to position ourselves. Now, let me tell you about the objectives for this year. Objective #1. We really need to bring our first restaurant to profitability. We really want our EBITDA margin to be 15%. As for goal #2, or objective #2, we need to launch 10 test franchise partners or franchise restaurants. And in these 10 pilot restaurants, together with the teams of our franchisee partners, we need to hone our business model, make it ideal almost, and the product ideal. And we need to prepare the launching pad so that next year the franchise starts up and becomes available for everyone. A week ago, we had a call for papers, an application call, to select the first 10 pilot partners. 600 applications came along. It took us many efforts to select the first 10 partners, and this year we'll be starting off with them. It will be a very hard job to do. These first 10 pilot partners will really need to go into nitty-gritty of our business. It means that we will start now accumulating a database of knowledge. We'll be making mistakes, and these franchisee partners will have to become the members of our team, and they will be doing honing with us. In the end of my presentation, what I would like to say, you guys, is when I was speaking a year ago on this stage in front of you, it all seemed very clear. We knew what's up on the horizon. We knew that we want to produce a donor restaurant. We knew our objectives and goals, but it were sandcastles, really. It was just in our head. It was just in our mind. Now we opened. Now the restaurant keeps growing. Now we've become a huge monster. But what remains to be said is we're making our first steps. It's just the beginning. There's still plenty of room for growth. Even with the first restaurant, still something can be improved, and I'm absolutely positive that amazing results await us. What I'd like to say is we want to build a top-notch, cool and sexy brand. We can do that. We want to make the biggest chain of donor restaurants in Russia and the world. I have a dream. And in this dream, I see people saying that Dodo 42 is the shawarma restaurant, is the greatest shawarma restaurant of all. Thank you very much, friends.
Спасибо большое Магомеду.
Oh, Magomed, thank you so much. The donor team incinerates our hearts, leading the revolution in shawarma market. And now let us speak about the tiny revolution that we're going to make in a highly overdeveloped market, the coffee market. And let me tell you about our startup, which is called Drinkit. This is the brand that was specifically created by Nastya Nikitina over here. Nastya has been speaking here last year on the stage. And what can you invent in the coffee market? I mean, it's a treaded and trodden path with a number of chains and coffee places, but we see vast opportunity. This is the product with the highest purchasing frequency. We have our guests going to our restaurants every single day. I mean, what do you do every day? You take a bathroom and you go to a coffee place. So this is a fabulous product. We want to make it digital. We want to make the service system digitized, providing our clients and guests the awesomest quality product. This is a fragile product, by the way. Today, we shall tell you about how complex coffee making might get, and we want the technologies to become more transparent. We want to make people return. We want to communicate with our guests. We want to use the tech to make the best product and do it in a stable way. This spring this year, the Drinkit team was joined by Denis Chernobaev. Denis Chernobaev has been with us for many years. He's been doing so many things. He's been promoting Dodo in China. He's been developing products and different formats of the products. And Denis joined to become the business leader for Drinkit startup. While our company is just very flexible and surprisingly so, Nastya is here. She's not leaving. She's in the team, mostly focused on the development of the product part because this is her passion. Coffee is her passion as a product, and Denis will be in charge of the operational part so that the entire team would be going towards truly making a revolution in the market. I mean, in a positive sense of it. So I invite to the stage, please welcome Denis Chernobaev and Drinkit. Drink it, baby.
Thank you. Hello, friends. Hi, everyone. You know, thank you. Applause wouldn't hurt, actually. So, as Fyodor mentioned, in the 5 years that I've been in the company, I have done different things. I started developing our business in China, and I spent about a year in China, in this wonderful country. I was the managing partner at a pizza restaurant and creating new formats. This photograph, I took it on March 2nd this year. This was the first working day for me at Drinkit. I left the office and I felt this wide smile on my face that I hadn't felt for a long time, and I decided to snap this moment. And my hands were shaking. It's March. I'm, in the hood and in a hat. It was March 2nd, cold. So, initially what I had in the presentation, I had a lot of graphs. I had lots of really smart numbers. I was planning to talk about our amazing revenue growth, week to week, month to month. I was planning to say how amazingly our client base works. Our cohort analysis here makes any marketing specialist jealous, green with envy. because our results are amazing, and each cohort gives us a weekly return of 30% at least. We have great growth, and we also pay people a lot. About 3 minutes is our average speed of service, and about 40% of our orders we give in under 2 minutes, and of course revenue. For 3 months we have been in operational profit. In June we have had almost 10%, and we have our plans with lowering our price, and in 3 months we will arrive at 25% growth. Our first coffee place in Samara, since the very first day, has been operationally profitable, and I would like to thank Dima Troyan and all of his team, and I would like to use this opportunity to thank them for the passion, for the energy, building this coffee place in about 16 days. This is an amazing result. It takes us 3 to 4 months to build a pizza restaurant. But why did I change my presentation? Why did I choose to scroll through the numbers so fast? I realized that this is not that important. Look at the serious face of this person. This picture is from 2006, Fyodor, where you were in your shop in Syktyvkar. I'm not sure if this is your quote. Profit is a responsibility of the business. But for coffee, it's apt as any, because coffee is very profitable business. High productivity, 30, 40 products by person an hour, which is really high numbers. There are a lot of profitable coffee places. We're not creating a new model. A model of a coffee place exists already. There are a lot of profitable ones. So why Dodo Brands is investing in this project? Why am I standing in front of you today? What am I planning to tell you today? So that's what I'm going to actually tell you about today. Why am I here? But what I'm going to start with today is a very short overview of the history of coffee. So what's important is that there's 3 waves in the history of coffee. So the first wave is the 20s in the United States, the 1920s. So coffee became this sort of mass product and became on the counter and in every home, beans and ground coffee and soluble instant coffee eventually. And so it really became a household product. The second wave is in the 70s. This particular picture was taken in 1971 in the United States of America. These 3 wonderful entrepreneurs opened the very first store, not yet a coffee shop, but a store, Starbucks. And Howard Schultz became part of this company quite soon. This became a coffee place, and the idea was that you can have coffee not just at home, but somewhere else. And Howard Schultz is famous for his quote, we're not selling coffee. Starbucks is not selling coffee. We're selling the third place between home and work where the person can feel comfortable and have some coffee. The third wave is also the beginning of the 21st century, and also in the United States of America. Here, this is a Blue Bottle coffee shop, and they now have over 100 spots, and so not just the third place, not just the service are at the forefront, but the quality, the taste, because there are many different ways of processing coffee and brewing coffee, and so the third wave is really the symbiosis of the taste and the service and the quality. And what's really important and interesting is that there are a lot of coffee place chains from the second wave, Starbucks and Costa Coffee and Travelers Coffee and Tim Hortons, but there are no mass new coffee chains for the third wave. The Blue Bottle has 100 coffee shops. In the UK, we have hundreds. In Russia, we have Double B. So it's within, this range, about 100 coffee places. Why aren't the coffee places in the third wave not scaling up as aggressively as the second wave? And the answer is quite simple. Coffee is quite a fragile product, so it's really hard to scale up. It's really handmade. A coffee shop is a small factory where at every single time, at every single moment, there's a handmade quality product being prepared. You cannot teach a good barista as fast as you can train someone to make pizza. So 3 to 4 months are needed to make sure to train someone to all the nuances of making coffee, how to pour milk, how to brew coffee. Very high competition of people. It's a profitable business. And so the coffee places actually compete for people. And it has a really low entry threshold in this business. So if you're really great as a barista, and if you work at a private coffee shop, and you can rent a really good coffee machine for 15,000 rubles. You can buy really good coffee beans from Moscow hippy-dippy coffee roasters and open your own little coffee shop. So the low entry threshold and really high competition for staff. This is something, and the fact that it takes really long time to train a good barista, so this is something that halts the business. So I looked at all of this and I realized jackpot. So many difficulties, so many challenges to create a big chain. So that means that we have this unique chance. So in my presentation today, I would like to focus on 3 main key moments, bases of Drinkit. 3 main things: people, quality control, and emotional connection with the guests. So we'll start with the people. So 57% of our revenue today are brought to us by people who come to us more often than 3 times a week. It is not a very big amount of people, 100 to 200 people, but it's a lion's share of our revenue. So just think about this trust. Every day, people are at home and people are at work, and almost every day they're at our coffee place. And so every single guest is so important, and a mistake can be a very high cost, if it's made. So the barista is a key person. So we need to really work through a very efficient system of working with the team. The first basis of this team culture is a culture from the team system, and its attitude to oneself. We want people who respect themselves and at the same time are critical towards themselves in terms of wanting to move forward and develop and grow and pursue knowledge and be proud of their achievements. The second thing is their attitude to product. Coffee is a deep and complex product. A cup of espresso made out of Kenyan beans can really take you to another part of the world. It's a simple thought, but there's a lot of depth and a lot of emotion in it. So we want to work with people who, for whom this product matters. And of course, it's the culture of working with the clients, with guests. We want to work with people who are attentive to other people's problems. This is something that can be trained, but if it's not something that's already present in the cultural code, it's almost useless to try and create it from scratch. So this is a filter that helps us hire people. These values are at the core, the basis of our business. Second is the HR brand, the brand of the employer. We thought, what is the biggest reason for bad service in a restaurant or in a coffee place? We realized that the biggest reason is the HR mistakes. Why do these mistakes happen? Why are they made? First of all, really high competition for people, for the best baristas, and it's not the easiest thing to have a good barista. Secondly, it's just a hard thing to do. The most experienced HR specialists, even if they've done it for years, and they still make mistakes. But the most important thing is staff shortage. I think everyone who's in this room and who's watching online, we have all encountered situations when we don't have enough people to cover the shift, and you take anyone and everyone who has, hands and legs and who can cover the shift. And this thing also is something that leads to mistakes. So what we want to do is address this since the very beginning, investing in the HR brand to attract the strongest, the most competent people, to create this flow and choose the best of the best, the cream of the crop. So we've talked about the culture, and we've attracted great people and created a great HR brand. So next, what's important is to create condition of work. It goes without saying that we pay really well. So even possibly higher than the average market salary, but we do also want to focus on more complex things. So the kitchen of the coffee place, the bar, we want to make it very comfortable. We have already signed a renting contract in the biggest business tower in Russia, the Federation Tower, and we're working on creating a coffee place there that will be able to work with a big volume of people, but so that our baristas are not, so that their fatigue is minimized. And we are looking at tiny little details, all sorts of like where it all is, so that the bar, where it's all situated, so that the bar is as comfortable as possible. Then we have the uniform, which is comfortable and beautiful. It's a detail, but it's a detail that can also be a great motivation factor. It's just nice to come to work. You wake up, you come to work, and you're proud of this beautiful uniform. A coffee place, it can be hot, it can be cold, but the right kind of uniform that is apt for the conditions is also something that helps the baristas focus on the quality of their work and not their uniforms. Another detail is comfortable shoes, something that we want to factor in into our launch budget. But people are tired, their legs are tired, their backs are tired, they stop thinking about the clients, they stop thinking about the service, and the product ends up being not the best. Recreation rooms, tiny little detail and often gets discarded and disregarded, but people don't have anywhere to be able to have a little bit of a relaxing break. So for us, it's very important for people to have a bite, have a little bit of a cool down, pause. It's very important for our teams. So the right filter, the right basis in terms of the culture, we have created a strong HR brand. We're attracting the best people. We have created amazing working conditions. Next, what's very important is for us to train these people well. Veronica here, our head of retail, we have Vladimir Garipov, our training barista, and they've really started a training center. And we've bought all of the necessary equipment where we're modeling the preparation of coffee, and our office employees and our baristas can be taught and can be trained in making quality coffee. We're not stopping at this MVP. We're looking for a big space in Moscow for us to open a big training center, a lot of grinders, a lot of coffee machines, so that we can train as many people as possible and with as high quality as possible. We will not only make the offline training program, which will be great, but we'll also create the training app. And they will be able to track their shifts, their accrued salary, their schedule. And they will also be able to track new possible shifts. But in the same app, what we want to create and what we want to do is want to digitize all processes of the coffee place. So imagine about 500 operations in a coffee place, and we'll make a little video and a little test for this operation. So this will be gamified kind of training app. So they will, our baristas will know exactly just how much they need to do to train for a new level. And at the end of the shift, they'll have little testing bits and pieces, and we'll have to rethink the whole system of training. It's not this sort of concrete bulk kind of process or where you start and end, but it will be continuous, lifelong learning. It will be constant upgrading. And if you finish a shift, you do a little test with very simple answers, it will be able to track the knowledge and expertise of our employees. Also, the community of these baristas and of our employees will be created. It's an important platform for events and for things going on. And last but not least at all, the most important thing for our employees is the opportunities for development of growth. What the essence is here is when baristas come into a coffee place, what they are hoping for is development and growth. And most of these people, they want to do a few years of being a barista, but then they want to grow into R&D, become a chef barista, or work on menus, or even do something else. But a lot of our baristas are actually focused on eventually creating their own coffee place. So something that I would like to turn your attention to is I think we have created a new model. So because we're a big company, we can attract under our guarantees and recommendations, we can get loans for good managers. Imagine if you're a great manager and you have great revenue, great numbers, you have great returns, great speed. It's very clean. It's a great team. So if you want to keep growing and if you want to develop as an entrepreneur and open your own coffee place, we can help you. We can attract these preferential rates loans. And so someone who just recently was a barista can become the owner of a coffee place. And it's a low-risk kind of activity and operation. So all this to say that we really want to give a lot of opportunities to our team, and at the same time keep demanding and keep holding people accountable, because coffee is a really fragile product, and so attention to detail is very important. When I was rehearsing this presentation, there are also skeptics who tell us, like, what crocks are you talking about? It's going to be so expensive. This kind of coffee place will never be profitable. It's something that I look at in a completely different way. What I think really does cost and what is expensive is losing people. Any kind of big chain analyzes how much money they lose on staff turnover, on sanitary certificates and training, on retraining, on losses with disappointed clients, with people who are not experienced, so employees who are not experienced. So all of this accrued is really costly, but to keep training people and give them opportunity to growth and keep them, it's the strategy that we want to keep. So I'll recap. This culture, HR brand, very good working conditions, training, and opportunities of growth. So next up is the quality management. This is a much simpler and much more condensed blog. So what we want to realize is in one phrase, and this is client return has to become a religion. Skeptic will say, are you serious? Like, this goes without saying, this has to be a religion. And this can just sound as a trite, generality. But what does it actually mean as a working tool? How do we make this quote into reality? So we realized that this instrument, this tool, can be quite simple. It's the trackability of our orders and order history. So I'll try to explain. We want to digitize all of the processes in the coffee place. So if something goes wrong, we want to know exactly at what point something went wrong, what mistake was made, and how to make sure that it never repeats again. So the first stage is the supply figures. So that's something that we can track online, the incoming supply. When did the beans come to Russia? When was it roasted? And this can avoid basic mistakes, so using products that are not up to standards or just simply too old. Second parameter is the everything that has to do with the coffee machines, and we know that there are a number of factors there that influence the quality. So it's how fine the ground is, how much the coffee tablet weighs, the time of the passing of hot water, the weight of the product, the ready product. All of these things are quite easy to digitize. So if it's something that, if we connect this to our information system, we have an opportunity to track if things go wrong. And then the photo and the weight of the drink is another important thing. So we're really on the brink of creating this system so that we have a photo of each and every drink that has been made, the photo and the weight. So if anything goes wrong, we can always go back to what it looked like. Maybe there wasn't enough milk, it wasn't customized. If the client wanted a lemonade without ice, but we put the ice in, so we'll be able to track that in the photos. And then, of course, the guest review. So everything that I mentioned before is the kind of objective evaluation of the product, but the client evaluation, client review, the being open or being friendly, or all of these factors of the service will be able to track via this client review. So we'll always know which part went wrong. It's not the control of quality control, but it's the management of quality. So here we have Max, who used to be our loyal client, and for the past 2 weeks, he hasn't placed any orders. So what we do is we track his last orders, and maybe something went wrong. So what we see, there's a photo. We look at what they ordered and what they actually got. Was it the right product? We can also trace the video surveillance and how long was the service, how long did it take for it to be made, the product. And then we will also be able to track the parameters of the coffee machine. It was the right time of pour over, it was the right grind, it was the right weight, but the temperature of the water and the weight wasn't right when it went out. So it's something that we'll be able to address. And we also want to rethink the interface of the shift manager. So we want to get rid of the parameters that have no influence on the quality in the moment, but only keep the things that actually matter for the quality. Time, so how many orders we made in time, and on how many were we late, what was the most popular drink this day, this shift. Here, for instance, we'll be able to track that we're running out of oat milk. So we'll be able to restock if necessary and if possible. And of course, client reviews. It's something that we want to put into the interface of the shift manager's application. So what do the clients of today, this shift, think? Do we serve them well? Is the product high quality? And this transparency, the information being available for the shift managers is key to improve these parameters. So the emotional connection with our clients is our last part. Look at this photograph. It's one of my favorite coffee places in Moscow. It's called Surf Coffee, and it has this great vibe, great atmosphere, great product, wonderful guys working there. Another amazing coffee place called Double B. It's very cozy too. It's very nice. Both places have great coffee. Both places have great service. But some people like Surf Coffee and some people like Double B. So how do people decide? Why do some people choose Surf and others just choose Double B? And I think it's very simple. It's the emotions. Every guest, every person builds an emotional connection to the values, to the culture with their brand. So depending on the values and the culture that we put in our bases, we can work with the audience, and it can be big or small. Look at this photograph. So this is Nastya Nikitina. I think this is her usual morning. For 10 years, she's been doing this. She has a funnel here, pour over. So I'll use the clicker here, the pointer. So it's a scale. See, for Nastya, it's actually really important just how many grams of coffee she puts in. 1 gram minus or 1 gram plus. It's something that will directly influence the quality. So this is what we are. This is who we are. For us, all of the details are important. And just talking and just making sure that we put this message across to our customers. We create this emotional connection with the customers. Another photograph. What I mentioned at the beginning is of the presentation is that we went to build our training center, and I will show you a little bit more about this. And we want to create this sort of attraction place, not just a training center, but we want to attract people who are passionate about coffee, who are interested in coffee. So imagine a beautiful, very atmospheric coffee place that goes into this sort of open space, people coming in to work. And this is exactly where we're going to be a training center. We will have a laboratory with our team. We'll have a place that will help us create the meaning of our brand and what our attitude to coffee is. Including making it transparent to our customers. And what is very important is working with the farmers. So any coffee place obviously works with the farmers because it's the farmers who create the product. It's the farmers who create the coffee beans. Without the farmers, we wouldn't be drinking coffee. So what's important here is that there is an inequality and an injustice on this market. So Nastya was telling me about a film that she watched, or a video, training video perhaps, where she told me that there was a farmer who's been farming coffee for 30 years, who's been growing the beans. And for the very first time, he tries the espresso made with his beans, and he starts crying because it's the first time that he's tried coffee made with something that he's been making his whole life. Why does it happen? It sounds strange, but coffee is made in poor countries. People cannot afford buying coffee machines. They cannot afford to roast coffee in a quality way. So they will never have this kind of product in their cup, and it's really a gross injustice. So historically, a lion's share of the profit goes to roasters and importers and exporters and coffee places. And farmers are on the brink of extinction, really. And many of them don't even know if they'll be able to work next season. And it's something that we can change. We believe that we can change, not something that we need, dozens of years to do. There are things that we can choose, that we can change right now. we can work directly with the farmers. The infrastructure isn't always allowed to buy coffee beans directly from the farmers, but keeping this connection with the farmers, even if you buy it from big importers and exporters, is very important. You can help the farmers with equipment, with investments, maybe also via big companies. But all of this gives an opportunity to the farmers to focus on their main job, which is to make great coffee beans. And if we do this, our baristas will be proud of us. They'll share with the clients. Our clients will share on the social media. And it's not something that we'll do to just impress people. It's really part of how we think. And this is part of the ideas that we want to realize. And we do think that it's actually feasible. And another important point in the emotional connection with the clients is our attitude to clients. We want to build a culture where taking care of the client is very important. A simple phrase defines it, is that every client should feel special. And at some points, it can even be digitized. So the habits of our clients can be digitized. So about 70% of people, they order via our app. So we know exactly what they love and what kind of products they order on a regular basis. They order, say, oat milk cappuccino every day, but then you make a mistake and you order it on normal milk. But barista sees that maybe you made a mistake because they can track your habits. And this way a client feels that we really care and they feel special, and we really want to make this cup amazing for them and special for them. But that's not it in terms of technology. We do realize that for a company is a tech-driven company and an IT-driven company, and it's the IT culture that helps us. So what we can do is start with very simple things. For instance, a very beautiful window display, meaning that we make these beautiful videos for our mobile app, and it's something that helps clients really feel the vibe and the atmosphere of our coffee place, even in the app, which are usually very cold and very boring, let's face it. Ours won't be. And secondly, it's an opportunity to place a quick order. If you're really, really in a hurry, you can place an order in one click. And it's a tiny thing, but it shows that we care because it saves every client time. And of course, customization that I've mentioned a few times in my presentation. It's the opportunity to change and tailor-make. We have 9 types of milk in our coffee places. We have a variety of syrups. And all of these are provide opportunities for our guests to create a product, the exact product that they want. And also, you can do it via the app. So one thing is you tell your barista that you want a coconut milk, a banana syrup latte with an eco lid. But that's a mouthful, so if you do it through the app, that's much easier. But we want to take it even further, and a great feature has been realized here, which is your calorie count and your caffeine count. We want our guests to very clearly see how much caffeine and how many calories they have consumed. So if they've actually had 3 to 4 cups of coffee, what we're going to say is, hey, buddy, maybe it's enough coffee for today. Don't you want to have a cup of tea instead or come back tomorrow? Someone will say that we're shooting into our own legs and we're stealing our own revenue, but we focus on building trustworthy relationship with our clients and showing them we care. And another great feature that we are set to make is, so you see different types of black coffee in the app, but right here in the app, we want to create videos with our baristas, talking about the different types of coffee beans in a little video. And it's a professional explanation of how some beans are different from other types of beans. And another thing to remember is that a coffee place, in addition to being product-focused, is a place to gather, place for community, place to socialize. And again, technology can be used here to show that we care and provide this extra care and support. So you look at the app and you see who is in the coffee place, and you are not sure if you have enough time to stop by at a cafe, but then you see that your buddies are in the cafe. So so you see, you stop by, you share a cup of coffee together, and it's just another kind of pick-me-up, another great emotion for the morning. Another thing that we will be able to offer, for instance, here, Veronica wants to organize a book club, wants to hold a book club meeting in our cafe, in our coffee place. And if it's something that we can actually do in terms of our event planning, we do say yes, and our managers they factor this in and they schedule this in our little community calendar, and it digitizes it all in the app, so people will also be able to know this and come to the book club meeting. So all of these interfaces is something that we really focus on, something that we talk about every day, something that we focus on, something that we are really set to realize in the near future, and some of it has been realized already. We do want to build a great brand, quality management, emotional connection, all of this to create a product and a company that we can be proud of. It's very important to take our time. It's a very complex process. Making a great training center is not something that you can do in 3 seconds. You need to find great trainers, you need to find a great space, you need to really focus on the quality there. And our fateful decision that we made, and some people might be surprised by it, we're not going to develop franchising in the next year. Actually, it is important because we fully realize that we need time. We don't want to scale a product that we're not sure about. We have not created the training center yet. Without it, we won't be able to scale up with the degree of quality that we need. We want to develop in Moscow. We want to make a structure, local brand in Moscow, and we want to create 20 coffee places in Moscow. This will allow us to realize our wishes and dreams in a more concrete and brave way. This is what I wanted to share today. If any of this is something that rings with you and this and speaks to you and resonates with you, I would love to hear from you. So do let me know. Drop me a line. Thank you.
Yeah, you may go and make that coffee revolution. Open 20 coffee places in Moscow right away. Guys, the first part of our online/offline meetup is about to wrap up, but ahead of us lays the fiery second part. We'll have Ivan Tikhov, the managing director for Dodo Eurasia, the biggest chunk of our business, Dodo Pizza in Russia, Kazakhstan, Belarus. We'll have Maxim Fyodorov, the marketing director for Dodo Eurasia. All of these things will be after a short break. I'm today on this stage for the latest time. Last but not least, let me tell you this. I am wholeheartedly thanking all of our team, our pizza makers, our managing directors and partners, our administrators, our developed market, our software developers, our coders, all of us together are doing the great deed. We are conjuring tremendous products. The next year will be full of uncertainty and ambiguity, but I hope that we shall all be able to create. Let us build the business that will stand alone, not for a month, not for a year, but for long, forever. Let us think long term. Let us think about people. And I'm imploring all of the managers of the managing company, go to Jemba. Jemba. Jemba.
Спасибо. Ждем вторую часть.
Okay, thank you. See you in the second part.
Friends, hello everyone. Hello the viewers, hello the audience. My name is Ivan Tikhov, I'm the managing director for Dodo Pizza Eurasia, meaning Russia, Kazakhstan and Belarus. Today I have a lengthy speech, the longest. The director told you lies, it's not an hour, it's more, but I'll try to be, well, engaging, and I'll try to be as fun as possible and entertaining. You need to stay awake. My presentation will be about the outcomes of last year and a strategy. Where are we going and what are we going to do? So for the outcomes, I'll repeat some of the Fedor's numbers, but they're important because I'm going to be talking about Dodo Pizza in Eurasia. Now, network development. This year we opened 66 new stores in Russia, 11 in Kazakhstan and 9 in Belarus. At the same time we closed down 7 pizza restaurants in Russia. Some of them were in the food courts. Unfortunately, our food court model is not the strongest, and 3 of them didn't survive the pandemic. Some of the small towns and 1 pizza restaurant had to be closed because of low quality indicators. We had to say goodbye to our partner there. All in all, we have 675 pizza restaurants in the chain. Versus last year, we had a growth of 13%. According to our figures, these are not huge numbers, but the growth rate slowdown is natural because of we are a mature business, and last year the actual fact that we've been growing during the pandemic year, it's already allowed. Let's compare ourselves to the competitors we've got in Russia, the largest chains out there. We're the only ones who grew this year when it comes to the number of outlets. If we compare ourselves to QSR chains, here we are on a chase for the 3 giants, KFC, McDonald's and Burger King. The hugest growth rates have been attained by KFC, but we're definitely catching up. And you know, we've got an objective to become chain number 1 in Russia, and we're definitely going to do this in the next 5 years to come. This is the number of outlets. Let's have a look at the delivery market. Let's have the delivery figures. This year, the market was in flames, 47% upward growth, like for like. The indicator that helps us to compare year-to-date figures to current date, looking at specific pizza restaurants. Look here, we keep our growth rates. At the same time, our revenue per store catches up. In May, we had a record high figure, almost 2 million rubles, restaurant plus delivery, and average revenue per pizza restaurant 5 million rubles is also huge. Sometime in the past we thought it's unattainable. Now such figures are being shown by average restaurant. And here's how our general outlook looks like. We have some new pizza restaurants and the old pizza restaurants in here. The revenue is expressed in billions on a monthly basis. The overall revenue in Eurasia amounted to 31 billion rubles, 47% plus. We are playing a new game completely. It's a new level. It's hard to keep the bar high. It requires some pains and gains, but definitely it's an achievement. Let's have a look at 3 other records we set. Syktyvkar, the first pizza restaurant, which was opened 10 years ago, and throughout this 10 years, it's always been on an upward path. This year alone, 15 billion rubles have been brought up by Syktyvkar. Gelendzhik, a pizza place in the south part of our country, where the whole country goes to, especially currently in summer, just for the trading floor alone. An average pizza restaurant delivered 9,3800 rubles. And Cheetah, again, can't imagine, in Magadan, 17.7 million rubles. That's how much they sold in May alone. A little bit of the finance results, that's it. Now let's remember the projects we had. I was speaking at the Meetup last year and I was making announcements for lots of projects we were supposed to be doing. And after the Meetup, we did a huge advertising campaign, Dodo Mania. We awarded prizes, and the main prize was an apartment together with our partners. Just because of the pure luck or chance, a family from Syktyvkar, the place we came from, won won in the lottery. We organized another full-fledged advertising campaign. Dodo 10 years, we created a nice landing page, and customers making orders could open up the map of our stores, and they can get to learn more about us and the way we advanced. Apart from these two advertising campaigns targeting mass audience, last year also announced that we selected a couple of niche audiences which have millions of population, but some of the audiences work this year alone. Cyberpunk was one of the loudest advertising campaigns. We created a special pizza with a barbecue sauce and an amazing box. We wanted to sell 100,000 pizzas in 3 months, which is quite a lot for the season. That was a very lucrative outlook. I calculated, I did some math, 10,000 pizzas a week. In reality, for the first week, we sold 50,000 pizzas. 50,000 for just 1 week. Zeroing out some of our stocks, some of the pizza houses sold their stocks in just 1 week. And yeah, unfortunately, our customers couldn't get their hands onto those pizzas. And we won a marketing prestigious award, AFI Gold. You know, it's one of the most prestigious prizes out there. We took gold. Let's give it up for our marketing team. Throughout the year, we've been running a number of ad campaigns dedicated to moviegoers and theater-goers. We actually want a simple formula to be embedded in people's minds. If you want to watch a series, if you want to watch TV, order Dodo Pizza. It's a good choice for watching TV. Children audience. 5th of June, a month ago, we launched officially, according to the whole country, the Baby Bears. It's a beautiful title, beautiful license. And we're doing it in a very nice box, and we plan to sell 600,000 toys during the campaign. For us, we're actually reaching a new level because we've been dreaming about something very simple, something like in the Happy Meal set. We wanted to do our own set, our own meal, but wanted a good scale of it. We needed to buy alliances, and we needed to have competence to produce toys. We produced them in China, contracting a plant, and they're produced on a very high quality level. It's a great project that we've been dreaming for so long, and now it's up and running. But we've been dreaming about that for a very long time, and we've been preparing ourselves. TikTok has made a hit just recently. A couple of years ago, no one knew about the social network. Now it's the top social network in the world, and we decided to jump on the bandwagon, and just 3 months ago we created our streaming channel, our account, where our brand chef Konstantin Aganezev shares cool recipes with the audience, and just in 3 months the amount of subscribers of the channel went up to 600,000 people. This is more than all of our social networks combined. Just to compare, the most well-known chef in Russia, Konstantin Ivlev, who has a TikTok blog starting from last summer, has more subscribers now, but has fewer likes, and soon we're going to catch him up with the subscribers amount as well, just for you to understand the level we're at. Kostya, Konstantin, has not only been preparing mac and cheese, he's also been doing a lot with our marketing team. They launched 10 cool new pizzas, and I'm talking about new products only. I'm not talking about any relaunches. We have a very nice, broadened, extended menu where each and everyone can choose everything to their liking. To enjoy the menu, to enjoy the pizzas, you can, in our new stores, in our new restaurants, we designed in a new way. We have Easy Spot, Easy Form, the family of designs. They've been launched recently. Most of our pizza restaurants are being designed in these type of formats. They're really efficient. And we also have a pizza bar. We can do it in a small area. It's close to my house, 6 minutes walk away from my home. And at just 58 square meters, I mean the whole store, you can generate up to 4.5 million of rubles. there is no threshold. Well, we know that there's a threshold at around 6 million, but that format is an important one because it opened up a door for small-scale restaurants. Previously, we were afraid of accommodating 80 square meters or 100 square meters. Now we know that's possible. If it works for 58 meters, it works everywhere else. And when there's not enough spot, not enough place, what I do, I order a piece of pizza and I order my coffee through an application when I'm passing by, and I don't have to wait for my order. Finally, we launched an application for the restaurant. Yeah, it's a long-term project. We've been dreaming about that for so long, and finally our customers can make an order through the application. We'll continue to improve this product. And of course, finally, we did our first advertising campaign in the restaurants. We've always been a delivery company, but then we got stores in the family. Then we realized that we wanted to develop and grow the stores. We wanted them to be like a second leg in the chair. Now, the number of deliveries is bigger than the number of orders in restaurants. Of course, the revenue is lower because the average check is different. Just to remind you here, here's an ad campaign which shows something about the application. It's been broadcast on TV and digital. Now, do you know how you can order it online? Imagine you're in the office, you order your favorite pizza. When you come to the store, it's already ready. You don't have to wait. Bon appetit. It's cool. Try now. Dodo. It's cool. Try now. Isn't it cool? Isn't it? At this moment in time, 22% of all the orders in the food halls, in the restaurants, are done through the application. Recently, these figures have changed because of the COVID times, started deviating and meandering. 19.5% in Moscow region. In Moscow proper, it's 35%, considering the limitations we have to face. But these figures are very comparable to Donor and Drinkit. They have them higher, but they're on the same level. They're on the par. And we really hope that by the end of this year we're going to reach 25%, but our main target is 35% or even 30%. And in March, apart from breaking one record, revenue per pizza restaurant, we broke another record. The total revenue of Eurasian food restaurants, 1 billion plus. So that's for restaurants alone. Our marketing team, actually, the activities we do in the marketing are not only about revenue generation, they're also about knowing the brand. Top of mind, it's a marketing metrics, it's a marketing indicator that serves as an answer to the following question. How many people answer Dodo when they're being asked which delivery service you know, without being prompted? So unhinted answer. 47% of people in Russia in different towns and cities of country, when being asked about, do you know of the pizza delivery service, they say Dodo Pizza. Avito. When people say what kind of online stores you know, Avito doesn't really get that high, and we've asked for more than 1,500 respondents, so these figures you can trust. Let's come back to 1 year ago. Then this figure was 35% only in summer. In summer, we suspended our marketing spendings. It was 37% before summer, but we're still making a lot of progress. If you go down to a year and a half back, you will remember that we had 23%. So that's the marketing activities, that's the marketing spendings, and that's what you do with your customers, to whom you deliver beautiful product and you deliver beautiful service. Thank you. Unfortunately, our business is such that we don't always deliver cool service. Whatever we do, there are always mistakes. This year, we launched a chat support, and we're bringing back our customers. So what we did was centralized most of our feedback. Originally, the feedback would be collected in the pizza restaurants. Today, our contact center deals with the issues and manages claims and brings back the customer. The figures that we're currently seeing are, well, huge and crazy. I didn't even broadcast them, but in the chat, when customers come with a claim, 80% of customers come back again after just 1 month, which is 1.5 times more than across other channels. So we will continue doing more in this regards. Alrighty. Mistakes happen. We can apologize. We can bring our customers back. Sometimes it works super cool. Sometimes they say, beautiful service, amazing couriers. If you like us, now you can leave your gratitude to the courier. You can share your gratitude in a monetary way. It's a service that we launched just a month and a half ago. And of course, we can't really boast billions of turnovers in there, but we're definitely going to be doing more of that. We'll be giving more and more opportunities to customers to thank our couriers, and it will definitely impact the motivation. It's also an opportunity to grade our couriers. It will help to motivate them, and it's also a development opportunity, because when one courier sees that the other is getting more tips, they will start questioning their practices. We start questioning our practices as well when we rethought and when we relaunched our courier application. It wasn't an easy launch, but I would like to say thanks to all of our managers, to all of our couriers and delivery service people who tolerated mistakes, who gave feedback. Of course, our developers team who burned their midnight oil developing the app, took stock of all your recommendations. Now it's good enough. 48% of all our deliveries are done through the courier application, and it opens up new opportunities. The electronic certificate tracing of our couriers on the map. There's an opportunity to see the exact estimated time of arrival in the most precise way. It's just one other brick in the overall wall of our building. Equal work. For Igor, it means stable schedule, days off, and paid by the hour. Dodo is no longer just a Russian, but a global company. Igor's tariffs are still stable, and he's sure that he's going to arrive on time. And customers are happy to see Igor, and we're happy to see all of you. If you work as equals. Here are our couriers. That was the first federal HR campaign. Woo! We shoot a series of movies about different categories of our employees, and we've shown them we've shown that 76 million times. Yeah, you've seen this line. Apart from doing, well, recruiting, we're also focusing on development programs. We continued our Dodo Ambassadors program, 375 people during the whole 2 tracks subscribed to that. Not everybody made it to the end because it's a complex problem that requires your engagement, and those who made it to the end got a boost. The Meetup of managers, the first managers meetup. Actually, it hasn't been pronounced today, but we have an online meetup. We knew that there is a threat. We knew that the next wave is coming. We did know about the risks. Such events are being prepared several months prior. When we prepared it, when we made it, we thought that, well, the situation is going to be better. We thought that it might be that we're going to have an online meetup. We had to limit our attendance to just 100 people. We need to make a decision. That's why we have a partnership council, 11 partners that were chosen by other partners to represent their interests, and we have 70 managers who came to this first meetup that has been running for the last 3 days. Of course, we're going to continue this, and we had a very nice conversation the day before yesterday. Hope the feelings is mutual, the feelings are returned. One more new program that recently we came up with. As it happens, it came out of the blue. Like in Dodo Pizza, everything happens. Why don't we have mentorship? It's hyped, it's trendy. Why we don't do it? We send the message out, spread the word, and the first mentorship track started. 35 couples, mentors and mentees. I know it's a hard word in Russian. It took me some time to get used to that. I'm already used to that, and I'm myself a participant of the program. I make phone calls. I call to Alina. Alina, hello, if you see me. Alina, she's from Krasnodar. She's the regional manager, and I believe it's a cool program that gives an opportunity for both parties, to a mentor and a mentee, to learn something, to see this business from other person's perspective, other person's viewpoint, and share your experience. Now, last but not least, another project which is all about sharing. Finally, we became so big that we have an opportunity not only to develop ourselves and people within, but also without. We can share with the world and give to the community. Solving a difficult problem is something that might happen outside. What we just need to do is put it to a different perspective. Even the simplest of actions can upend your attitude towards helping kids. Any kid requires a special adult who you can trust and who you can share with. If you are in need, you can feel safe with. Senior Brothers and Sisters Foundation finds mentors for kids in difficult life situations so that kids from orphanages had a pivot in their life. Let's do it together and help out those who help. Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Russia. We've launched our first campaign together with the charity foundation, Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Russia. And our objective and our purpose was not only to give money, take my wallet, and let's forget all about you. And it's not just a fashionable thing, ESG and stuff. We wanted to make a real contribution. We wanted to find something that's close to our heart. We wanted to do more in terms of development, in terms of optimism and mentorship, and we will continue growing our collaboration with the foundation. So here are the outcomes for the year. Well done, I think. Give it up to us. We're heroes. It's exactly the point in time where we can be happy about ourselves. We're cool. We're great. We put in a lot, and we put out plenty. Now, instead of moving right away to strategy, I still want to talk a little bit about the issues we've got. As far as this year is concerned, we've got plenty of problems, and problems remain until now. COVID-19 is still on the radar. We thought that a year ago we passed that. When I was reporting to you, I said the crisis is behind us. Moving forward, full speed ahead. I was naive, and not only me. This reality will stay for as long as we can think about. And apart from just, I don't know, covering everyone, it impacted our industry. 47% of the delivery growth, of the delivery market growth. This growth rate led to understaffing. Understaffing in terms of, well, there are not enough people who can come and work in our pizza restaurants, who can deliver food, who can cater for guests. This year, the understaffing has been felt as painful as never. Put your hands up if you had problems recruiting people this year. Okay, I see you. Can I get a mic, please? Can I get a mic? I really want to make this interactive. I don't really want to stand and talk the whole day. Can you put your hand up again? Who's ready? Who's bold? Volodya, you can speak up. Can you tell me, Volodya, what were the issues and the problems you faced this year when recruiting people and in terms of staffing? The delivery. At one point in time, some of the couriers got sick, and I had to find an urgent replacement for that. I usually, I don't know, relied on outstaffing companies such as Part-Timer, and they provided us with couriers. Which city do you operate? Moscow. Moscow. I cover one administrative district in the town, and there were moments in time when I had to deliver myself. As for now, did you solve the problem? Yes, I solved it. Wow, amazing, amazing. Friends, I've never expected that answer. Thank you. Can I ask you? No, I can't? All right. Push me away. Oh, there's one more person in here. Can you please tell more? Hello, my name is Alyona. I'm from St. Pete. I've got an issue. I had an issue recruiting people for my kitchen. My pizza restaurant is located in the Vasilievsky Island next to a university, and 70% of my customers are students. If the students are out, if the students go away for summer, I'm missing people. I'm out of hands. How do you cope with that? I work myself. Okay, clear. When I was a student, I used to live on the Vasilievsky Island, and I'm missing Dodo Pizza. I truly wanted Dodo Pizza to be there back then. Apart from the understaffing issue, we also have a lot of internal difficulties and complexities. Remember the menu? Remember I told that diverse menu is being liked by customers, but it inputs new complexity, also speed. The market keeps the bar high, and we want to be, well, faster than the market, right? And it's really hard to keep up. Constant changes, new requirements. The legislator is never asleep. The context always changes, so it leads to the fact that it's really hard to work in our pizza restaurants. Not everybody can cope, not everybody can keep up with the tempo, and our objective is to change that. When it comes to people problems, it leads to quality problems. It's an unexpected surprise. When I was showing this presentation to my office people, I was told, maybe you shouldn't be showing this picture because it looks scary. Imagine it's going to leak online. Actually, it's not the scariest of pictures I have, and I am truly feeling ashamed that sometimes it can happen in our pizza restaurants. I hope that you're not the one who can show something like that, and if you have it, if these things do happen, you have a plan how to change the situation. But unfortunately, this year it's been happening more often than previously. Profitability issues, not everywhere, but in certain regions and with certain partners and in specific situations. And I'm not really talking about one-off things. I'm talking about systemic issues that have been surfacing. Remember, I was reporting to you that the revenues are growing and growing, the cash is becoming bigger and bigger. Some of you who are not deeply involved in our business might ask that revenue and profit are two different things. Yes, we are winning a market share, we are growing, yes, we are investing, but when it comes to profitability, we are squeezed with tight margins. From the top, we are squeezed by customers. We're between the hammer and the anvil. You see, the disposable income of our population is not on the same, it's not growing with the same speed as the costs. We can't really relocate that to prices. We can't really sustain the growth rate with the prices. On the other hand, COGS of our products, labor costs can go up, and our margins, again, remain squeezed, shallow. With the growth in size, the relative profitability shouldn't be growing. The absolute profitability should be growing, because size, as you know, brings in some additional complexity and brings in some additional expenditures. But these are the problems we face currently. So what I'm listing to you, that's the Dodo pyramid, right? All of our training courses start with that. That's your Dodo 101. Even if we did trainings in Syktyvkar, we talked about that. People, profit, product. These are the three cornerstones, if you wish, of our business. And we had problems with the foundation this year, with the bases. We have a growth crisis because we're big, we're becoming too big. And this year we have crisis enhanced because we are in a very threatening environment and we have to cope. We're actually coping good, because if you look in the market and if you read what's happening on Facebook, where restaurant owners and franchisees of different other chains are sharing their complaints, if you walk along the Arbat street, you will recognize and you will realize that it could have been worse. Fyodor used to have a slide that we were ready. Remember, he was showing a surfer riding a wave? I'm showing you a different picture with the same wave. I'm afraid that this year we're facing a tempest, a storm, but the fact that we're moving, we're going forward, once again confirms that we're ready to really make things happy. And those of us who stay on board, they will do it, because we have our knowledge and system, we have our brand. Last year, at the meeting, I was telling you that the brand is not yet there. Yes, we are not yet there where we want to be, but we are already the most popular pizza delivery service and the largest pizza restaurant chain in the country, and a contender in the world. So we did a lot to start reaping the fruit. Dodo IS, our OS, operational system. If everything's taken for granted, if we're used to believing in our bullshit, so to speak, but this actually service helps us to digitize our business and move forward. And if not for it, we would have been in a much worse off state. Team, I told you that there's an understaffing. People are leaving, but those people who stay, those people who survive, they thrive. The people, the team that continues working, I don't know, you take 1 year for 3. And I'm really thankful to our pizza teams who took a hard blow, and the managing team, to my mind, is the most professional, is the strongest, and is the coolest throughout our history. Our scale, our resources help us to attract the biggest professionals in pizza houses, in IT, in management team. If we did something different, we wouldn't be there. And of course, our entrepreneurs, our partners, our franchisees who believed in us and who continue to invest in us, their energy and their money. One of the things, one of the institutions that we shaped 2 years ago was our Council of Partners. This time around, we made a decision that there are going to be 11 partners who are voted for and selected by other partners, who we're going to converse and liaise directly with. We will ask them questions, they will ask us questions, and so on. And if not for the Council of Partners this year, it would have been much worse. We would have been, I don't know, conflicting with each other, would have been arguing and fighting, wouldn't have been even heard. With this Council of Partners, we have an opportunity to lock ourselves in the room. Yes, sometimes we can fight, sometimes we can oppose each other, but we listen and hear. The Council of Partners is here today. I haven't warned you, but please, if we can, 1 or 2 persons, can I ask for your opinion, guys? This year, what do you think? What's your take? How did your council, went? Do you see any value in it, Volodya? Can I also get you a mic? Can we fetch a mic for this gentleman, please? Hello, everyone. Yes, can I? Can I? Yes, you can. Thank you for calling. You're welcome. I should have stayed, I don't know, sat down. I mean, the whole the whole Council of Partners should have been seated in the back rows because the whole work has been done by the management team. But what's your take on your role and the role of the Council? And what's your take on the work you did throughout the year? My take on that is I definitely see a breakthrough in the activities that the Council does. Actually, I'm not here to talk on behalf of the Council alone, because the management team works with us hand in glove. My pain is the profitability, and you mark that. And this was buzzing me, and this was really aching, but now it started changing, and the things that changed, that we started listening to each other, that's the generous listening that you're talking about. It works, and I think it's real cool. It's real cool. Thank you. Are you going to be elected for the next council? Do you want to, I don't know, run for office? You have your election speech right now. Go for it. 15 seconds. I would have proposed, instead of that, an operational CEO or the CEO of our company, Inna Goretskaya, to run for the membership on the council, for the chair in the council, because what we achieved, I think, is, she did it, mostly, and her teams did it. Thank you. It's a good pitch. Thanks. Now, we talked about problems. Let's focus on the strategy and how problems are going to be resolved. People, team, people is the focus of our strategy. Dodo Brands, Dodo Pizza, people, 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 people. We're not tired of repeating that until we're going to get great results. We as managing company and you as pizza restaurants teams are important for us. This year, we'll continue to invest in our HR brand. We've already decided that throughout the next year, we've been taking 100 million rubles from our marketing fund to advertise and to promote our HR brand. These are huge figures. Only a few invest into the HR brand. Only McDonald's does that on a regular basis. And if you exclude the performance budgets, the figures are the same. We're going to have a salary project. What's that? First, we start in Moscow. We try it out in St. Pete. We're going to take some people from the outside market. We're going to apply our own expertise. And with that concussion, we will develop instruments and tools thanks to which our partners will be able to have a good stock of what's happening in the market and keep their fingers on the pulse, so that we can avoid something what happened this year when we don't see that the market is changing, that the rates are changing and tariffs are changing and people are leaving. And these tools will be available for our partners and we'll be able to scale them. We'll also offer support programs. This slide appeared just yesterday, and yesterday a decision was made to run an experiment. Nobody does that in our industry. We thought that we're going to probe and try. And if we see value in it, we will continue. Actually, it's very hard to work with restaurants like ours, and the experiment is going to be like that. For 3 to 4 months, we will take one of the largest organizations in the industry and we will develop a psychological support chat. If you feel bad, if everything goes, well, if everything bad for you, if, I don't know, you're in the blue and you're stressed and frustrated, you'll be able to write into the chat. And if this experiment is not going to be a success, what we are going to do is every time you land in a difficult situation, we want you to know what you can do and that we're there for you. Now, if you're ready to start now already, if you want to compete this year, I think we're going to do a championship for pizza makers. Hopefully we can do it with a big stage. 3,000 people will be in the room and you'll be competing with the best. And if you're a finalist, you can win, when as soon as the borders will open, you can win a travel to any town or any city where there's Dodo Pizza, any town or city on the planet. We'll also be doing a competition for couriers, and they'll be fighting for, they'll be competing for rather, a car. Well, is there a best prize for a courier? Actually, there are going to be 3 cars. And within a year, we will organize the lottery, we'll organize that competition, and they will be able to win a vehicle. We'll continue our development programs, we'll continue our Dodo Ambassadors program, because it gets some hefty reviews. It's getting a positive acclaim from those who participate in it. We're also going to do a meetup for managers. We will do 2 of them. Sorry, the big one. Yeah, we want to do a meetup, a big meetup for restaurant managers. Unfortunately, this time around, we managed to invite and bring in just 70 people. Next time, we're going to have a venue where up to 300 people can come and mingle, and hopefully it's going to happen next spring already. COVID permitting. And the mentorship program, it will carry on. If you're ready to share your experience, and if you're a partner, if you're a regional or territorial manager, if you're a manager of a managing company with huge experience, please join our program, become our mentor. We still have fewer mentors than mentees, but if you're a mentee, then for the next track, if you want to join our next track, send us a letter, drop us a note. Why do you want to participate? Is there value for what's it up for you? What's it in for you? And maybe you will join the program. And there's another innovation. We're opening a Dodo University in Moscow. Originally, we had it in Syktyvkar. Starting from year 1 and onwards, we've been training our partners, entrepreneurs. They traveled to Syktyvkar live. They washed our floors. They served customers at the cash till, and they knew what this whole business is about. Of course, next up, we shaped our online courses, but we are reaching our threshold already. We're reaching our limits. So there's only so much an online course can do for you. And next year, we are going to open a new location for training. This year, this fall, we'll open up the first offline course for our managers. Further up, they're going to be paid for. It's not for us to make money, it's just that we want to make this product, this educational product, a quality one. We want our partners to want to pay for it. We want to take ownership of their training. It's not like, go and train. Well, it's cheap, it's actually free of charge, and it's not really interesting. We really want to burn bridges, to cross the Rubicon. We want to provide you a good educational program. Please invest in it. Moscow region is a more convenient location, and of course it's going to be open for everyone. You can come from wherever you are in the country, and you can be trained live. Also, apart from that, we're going to do a regular set of trainings, 1 to 2 days. We will be doing them with our trainers inside the university. Also, external speakers will come and travel here. We had an experience when our partners invited us to join some of their trainings, and not so many people went and traveled. result from the managing team. We still want to invite nice, cool, and fashionable external speakers so that we can teach to train together. If it's going to happen in Moscow, what else is there? What else are we planning to do? What's up in stock? In April and May, I traveled to Samara and Sochi, and we ran a couple of events like that in Moscow. And the day before yesterday, we did it at our Managers Council, Partners Council. It's called a team talk. No masks. I mean, it's a one-to-one conversation. It's a very frank talk, hard talk, which is really beneficial for us. This year, I'm going to travel myself to 10 towns. It's a public commitment. Kazan, will you call me? Yekaterinburg? Yes, I'm coming your way, and many other towns. I'm coming to your town. Come, if you watch us online, come to my visit, come to my conference. If you're a pizza maker, if you're a manager, everyone is welcome. Come, ask questions, and answer questions that I pose to you. I also want to set an example for some of the partners who've got large chains to manage, who need to operate within various towns. You also need to do the same. Travel, because there is nothing that can replace live conversation. Don't wait for a managing company to make the first move. This is not compulsory. Yuri Kostin is a great example. He is also a member of the Council of Partners because he, by his own initiative, created a partnership school. It's an internal university or an institution. In a couple of years, you can make a career and you can become a partner. You can open up your own pizza restaurant, even though you started as a pizza maker. Also, you can start as a courier. Here's Dima. Dima is sitting somewhere in the room. Dima started off as a courier, I think 4 years ago. He went to work in the St. Pete restaurant, and already in June, he became a partner of Yuri Kostin, a partner of Dodo Pizza, and he opens up his first restaurant, his first pizza spot. Amazing. That's it for people, and that's what we plan to do with them. These are the steps we propose. Quality. We always had been very strict about quality. We created a unique rating system that's our proprietary system, and it's unprecedented in the market. It shows us not only what happens in the business, but it helps us to find out which pizza restaurants to close and which to open. And this year, because of the team issues and because of the quality general dropout and because of high requirements, these rankings became a battlefield because many managers, many partners treat those rankings as a tool for punishment or a control tool rather than something inspirational. This is not something that we can so easily discard, but actually rankings is a development instrument. And to bring back trust to the rankings and to improve them a little bit, we decided to make a couple of things. Number one, the issue with the rankings is that they're really complex to comprehend, and now partners had some issues, and when they had all their rankings in green, they were not getting and they were not giving any feedback to us. And we knew that nothing is as good with the rankings because none of them are ideal. We process 400s of thousands of orders on a daily basis, and of course mistakes can happen. In order to reduce the level of complexity, we will be introducing changes to the rankings just once per quarter. We will package our changes. We had running changes. Of course, as far as security is concerned and safety, we will update our rankings on a regular basis, but other than that, all other changes and updates will be introduced in patches. We will also create a venue for discussion. Our head of controlling, our head of QC, and teams from QC will be meeting with you. We're committed to do it at least once per quarter, but we can do it even more regular. If managing partners are going to come back to us and say that, well, here are my scores, can you tell more about that? And if they have any initiatives regarding the development of that proposal, they're welcome. And the third bullet point here, I haven't yet had time to edit on the slide because I just heard recently from our QC people that we're going to add an appeal, an instance of appeal. So if you're being reprimanded for some specific QC issues, you can appeal to them. And you can help us improve if we did something wrong, if you did wrong. But quality is not about controlling it. Quality is all about people and management. There has to be an efficient management of quality. Already this year, we single out a function, a management system team. Ilya Farafonov is now topping it. He is at the helm. He knows best how the decisions we make, how the decisions the management team makes, what kind of effect they have on pizza restaurants. So the team is already up and running, and our managers are getting the feedback they want. They can improve on their initiatives and solutions because of that feedback, and you'll soon feel it if you haven't yet. 3 major focus items. First, all implementations. All of our updates and patches and implementations to be regular, to really work in the pizza houses. All the things we change, we will first check and try out in our corporate retail pizza restaurants, and our system has to work as a Swiss watch. Of course, it's hard to do lots of deployments with lots of people in the team, but we're going to improve our deployments. The next important thing is communication. One of the challenges that relates to the growth crisis is communication. There are lots of people in the house. We're more than 20,000 people, for God's sake. Just imagine, everyone keeps talking to everyone. If it goes like that, it's impossible. You will be drowned in chaos. We need to have a hierarchy of communication, but of course when we grow it has to be amended and improved. There are some issues that can only be cascaded up to the partners level or the managers level. For example, there are issues that, like, why would you need chats? Are chats an official communication channel or not? And of course the team will propose and make how to make our life easier, will propose what has to be done. It's a managerial issue. Because everyone needs to be heard, and every single voice here needs to be heard really loud. And the third component here is the production, our pizza restaurants. Throughout the year, we've heard a lot of initiatives, and we've heard someone saying that there's a silver bullet. We can make robots or pay delivery or something else to improve the life at the restaurants. There's no silver bullet, definitely. There's a set of hypotheses and best practices. And the production team within our management system team will translate the available system of best practices into an open backlog. What's a backlog? It's the list of tasks and objectives. We'll make this backlog an open one so that our managers and partners can log in and see what's in the backlog, that the team works on that. This particular idea has been discarded because this and that, and this idea is not yet been proposed, and if it's not, then you can propose it. Why do we want to make our backlog an open one? Just because we understand that you guys here, those who work with production, with the pizza restaurants, with many cool ideas, and only if we are capable of integrating all your efforts, and only if we understand who works on what and what our growth opportunities, will be able to move much faster. Let me bring you one particular case as an example when a partner team decided not to wait for the management team. Actually, Inna Goretska, who will be elected for next year, she set up a meeting and she said, we want to deliver in 15 minutes. I said, cool, great, let's do it. No problems. But I don't know how you're going to do that. She says, I don't know it either. But let's figure it out. And we ran an experiment. The management company gave a complete carte blanche to the pizza house. And now we've got a process of approving the experiments. Not all the experiments will be approved. Some will. We have a great team. If we have nice pizza restaurants with good indicators, they can try things out. For now, they haven't yet squeezed their delivery time to 15 minutes, but they managed to reduce the delivery time by almost 10 minutes, actually. The delivery team hadn't cut out the assortment. They had some changes in the production, but this case is not about that. The case is about the fact that if we are consorting our efforts, if we are initiative enough, if we are active enough, we can always do something. When there's a wish, there's a way. We, as the management team, want to try things out in the corporate retail business. Some of the decisions we can't take, for example, take all the rolls out. We can't sacrifice our rolls because our rolls is a legendary product. Our people love so much. It means that not all the practices can be applied that way, but some we will be able to apply. And in our chain, there are pizza restaurants that in same conditions can deliver in 27 minutes, others can deliver in 37 minutes. And there are lots of practices and hypotheses we need to try out, we need to test. And when our partners exchange experience, when our restaurants exchange experience, this is something that will produce a greater growth. Here's a picture taken from a Council of Partners. That was a complicated meeting in spring this year. I haven't decided yet for myself. Was it the biggest failure in my life, or was it the biggest success in my life when it comes to the Council of Partners? Is it a success? The biggest success. Yes, the guys here in the room say it's the biggest success. We've been arguing a lot, and it turned out that we've been arguing about the wrong stuff, about the details. There was an idea to write an objective for profitability, like a general objective, but profitability is a very abstract figure because some call profitability EBITDA, some call it cash in pocket. You can have different names for profitability, for profits, but I think we arrived to one single understanding. We have a set of plans, a set of hypotheses. Tomorrow we're going to have, again, a Council of Partners, and we will talk again whether there is an opportunity to grow. We will share the responsibilities, we'll see what can be done, and of course our general objective is make sure that our partners make a sustainable profit. Why am I saying that this is a sure thing? Because in franchising business, there's a storm cloud of business. If you have an internal conflict, managing companies are usually incentivized to grow revenue and market share, but the partners are incentivized to grow their profits. So there's a conflict, and this conflict might not be resolved that easy, but it's a systemic conflict. You can manage it, and we think we can manage it by keeping the balance of interest. The managing company needs still to think about profitability, needs to implement various profitability tools, and partners need to share the values, need to share the customer care, need to share in our ambitions. Not just in terms of conquering the markets and tapping into the new niches, but also they need to care about the the world. Vladimir Goretsky has been out here already, and Vladimir Goretsky is an activist, is a leader for our WG for profitability. The Council of Partners is a great tool of ensuring that everybody's heard and everybody's voice is loud enough to be heard. But apart from people, quality, and profit, there's yet another problem that we need to deal with, which is COVID-19. Just remember, last February, last March, where the managing company started making preemptive steps, because we work in China and we operate in Europe. By the nature of our business, we need to be a forward-looking enterprise. We felt the threat, and we started doing some active things. People feedbacked us saying, well, it's your, I don't know, these are just your thoughts. COVID is not there. It's not real. You came up with that. It's a fraud. What's happening now in Moscow? We are surviving through the third wave of corona crisis, coronavirus pandemic, and not enough hospital beds. People are getting hospitalized. Epidemiologically wise, we're in complete shit. The restaurants in Moscow are closed down unless you have your QR code saying that you're vaccinated. And we're absolutely sure that such lockdown measures will continue their rollout in Russia. So now already we call on you, dear friends in pizza restaurants, get vaccinated, get your jabs, get inoculated. It's a new norm, it's a new reality. It will become a necessity. Not a single country in the world hadn't yet devised any other solution to the problem at hand. That particular situation is shrouded in mystery, is something that causes a divide between, well, various cliques of people, and it brings mistrust to the government, to each other, to various institutions. But the key value of our organization is trust. And we sincerely believe and hope that this is a must, this is a necessity. And of course it's a personal choice of everyone. But in many regions, Soon, vaccination will become compulsory, like in Moscow, for example, for restaurant business employees. And working in the restaurant business, we're responsible for the people who come to us, for the guests who come to us. If you want to change the world, start from yourself. Here at Eurasia, Dodo Eurasia, here at the management team, we start from ourselves. We know that it has to be done sooner or later in all the restaurants, so we are committed to having at least 60% of our employees vaccinated. We're committed to helping them to make this choice, and I offer this choice to you now. So here's a strategy of dealing with the issues we've got at hand, and now we can move towards the growth strategy. You see, the strategy is divided into two parts. First, let's figure out with the problems we've got, the deep systemic problems that past us. Fyodorov has already shown you our 333 plan, making it to IPO this year. What will Dodo Pizza do? Dodo Pizza has everything it needs, is set up for growth. Last year I was showing you this slide. I was showing you that last year our revenue was 20 billion. We want to grow it twice as much in 3 years to 40 billion. This year already our revenue is going to be 36. It means that by 2024 we can claim 1 billion dollars a year for the whole system. But it wouldn't be right to think only about revenue. After 333 plan has been announced, we conducted a number of strategic sessions and strategic workshops. Our pizza business in Eurasia, our RFIT team devised the following strategy. I already started writing letters with this strategy to our partners. I haven't yet finished doing it. I'll continue after the meetup. So let me quickly recap on our plan. What do we want to achieve? We want to be again best for our customers in the market in the nearby year. We want to take a good share and we want to have a good profit. We want our salary, we want our rates to be top of the market, to pay as much as the leading enterprises in this market pay. And of course we want to protect ourselves with the fence of advantages. We want our pizza restaurants to be an asset that brings in cash flows for a long period of time. Who is threatening us on this way? It's the red ocean of competitors and COVID, and of course new business models come there and threaten us. The aggregators are told about that. There's also a threat of change in perceptions, in preferences, new products, new tastes will come around in the market, and of course our own operational efficiency can be a threat to ourselves. Our strategy rests on 4 pillars. The first one is sustainability. I'm not talking about the ESG, I'm talking about sustainability of our own business. I'm talking about our people, our product, our profit. Something that I told you already in our problem strategy. The second part is penetration. We understand that we want to really be in a situation where we are already in the best locations out there, that we already have the fence necessary. And in order to do that, we have to have a roadmap. What can we do in each and every town and city of this country? Geographically-wise, how can we ensure that we conquered the necessary territory, that we take that territory so that we can replicate our advantage and not feel threatened? And for that, we offer the opportunity to open up pizza restaurants and food courts. We have our pizza bar so that we are more variable in terms of the occupied space. High level of penetration, high speed of penetration will allow us to get the best spots, will allow us to get the best locations so that people get more touch points with our brands so that they can pass by and see and they can be aware of us. Now, customer experience and brand and personalization. These are the other 2 blocks. These are the remaining 2 blocks. And for them, I'd like to bring here to the stage Max Fyodorov, our marketing director. Max came to us in December, and I was interviewing him. I was interviewing more than 200 great contenders and applicants. I did more than 40 interviews with marketing directors from cream of the crop kind of companies, the real flower of the industry. Max, for a couple of years in a row, has been observing, monitoring our company. He even wanted to become a partner in Azerbaijan, a franchisee. And he really wanted to get the job. When we met, I realized that it's a one love kind of thing. It's a one life kind of relationship. Max shares in our values. Max is a huge professional. I finalized the recruitment cycle. I interviewed everyone. Max, you're the best, simply the best. Come on over and tell us what are we to expect.
Thank you so much, Vanya. Thank you for an amazing welcome and introduction. And for the warmed-up audience, hi, everyone. So let us talk about the long-term growth. Growth has been mentioned many times today. It's very important for us, and I want to tell you how we are planning to drive it. Vanya had a lot of numbers, but one is 47 revenue growth is a phenomenal number. And on the one hand, when we look at it, we are completely amazed. But on the other hand, when we look at it, but then of course we ask ourselves, how do we make this growth long term? That's what we're going to be talking about. There are barriers to growth, and you know them: the competition and the client context. Just a few words about them, so just to find ourselves where we are. So we do have very strong competition. It helps us grow, and we have the 3 blocks. So the chain pizza brands, we are fine with those, and we're holding up those. The second group is the chain fast food restaurants from the U.S. And then, of course, the third is the aggregators. Second and third groups are harder to tackle. Our competition invests. They invest in IT, and they work out very. They make very great apps. So there's IT. There's business models that they invest in a lot. Aggregators control the demand, and there's nothing that is going to stop them tomorrow from actually selling something of their own dark kitchen instead of the and what people are used to. Deliveries. Everyone has been talking about a courier shortage. Delivery time is shortened, so that's something that we have to keep in mind. And then promotion and ads. The marketing budgets are tenfold of ours. Client context. So what's up with our clients? The market uncertainty makes it hard for our clients. They're sensitive to price also. In May this year, 3,200 entrepreneurs were polled by Alpha Bank, and 86% of the polled entrepreneurs said that they see the purchase power lowering from their clients. What are the reactions to the situations? The research by Nielsen at the beginning of this year shows that 68% of Russians are ready to buy any product at a discount. So the price sensitivity is another barrier for our growth. So what do we do about it? How do we work with it? Of course, we have the basis, which is our client experience. So there are 3 components to it: their menu, their service, and then the digital, so our mobile app. So just a few words about each of them and what our plans are for each of them for the future, for the near future. So the menu, we are continuing the optimizations. We leave out quite a lot of items, and we only keep the most successful items to optimize our most popular items. There's also a trend for healthier eating, for more conscious eating. Our pizza is already a healthy product today. You see what you eat. These are very high quality ingredients. And so the way we see our task in the near future is to help the clients who are taking care of their health to make the right choice, for them to for the clients to see the macronutrients and the calories. So we're working in this. Of course, taste and flavor is something that we're working on. Next week we're launching Freestyle Pizza. We keep to the strategy of launching 1 or 2 new items or new flavors every month. In September, launching amazingly fantastic sandwiches. And you see, I'm swallowing because of all of the fabulous testing that we've done in this. And then our media personality, that is Kostya, will invite a well-known chef for us to make something together. So this is when it comes to menu. Second is service. Service is you, the partners, the directors, managing directors, cashiers, couriers, kitchen workers. All of you are working tirelessly and are making something that is so amazing. So a lot of respect to you and thank you. So digital. So what's happening with digital? We are continuing to develop our app. In July, we're finally launching Stories, which is a format that's very familiar and that's much loved by the clients, and it's everywhere to be found. So this is something that we're going to be using to talk about the new items, to tell stories about our brand, to give our clients an idea of our updates, how to use the app in the room, on the floor, in the restaurant, and in site. Combo. So by the end of this year, in 2 operations, we're going to improve the combo. First of all, we're going to simplify the choice. So we're going to give an opportunity to include more expensive pizzas in the combo, and we're also going to find ways of making this product more attractive. And then hot beverages, it's not the easiest to choose and pick these from our app, but we're going to work on this and we're going to optimize this. Is this enough? It's a rhetorical question. Of course, it is not. It is not enough. So Vanya did already actually give a sneak peek of the fact that I'm going to be talking about personalizations. This is something that we're going to be using as a platform for takeoff. So brand and personalization. Brand. Ever since the last year's Meetup, we have been working on top of mind, recognizability of the brand. So when you reach a level that we have reached, it's already quite a task to keep it and to improve it. The attributes of the brand that we have improved recognizability in is the flavor, but we're going to work on other parameters, and then leadership in target audiences. So these are families with children and moviegoers and gamers. So we are planning to launch altogether 10 ad campaigns for this target audience. So how does this strategy how can it help our growth? So we're going to be even more demanding when it comes to, and thorough when it comes to creating promotion. And we are going to keep working with Yep, with our favorite agency. They make great videos, and you've seen them. We're going to be also asking and inviting in other agencies for new projects and special projects. And we are set to combine internet promotions and ad and make it more target-based and spend our market fund more with target. Then, of course, more videos, more creative ideas, and we're actually doubling the budget for the creative content. So something that we're going to be focusing on is for all of the ad campaigns to have a very strong video content. So last year, about a third of the budget went into functional ads. So something that is more offer-driven or order-driven, something that is not necessarily about the brand or very creative, but something that we're going to be focusing on is top-of-mind knowledge of the brand, our values, so on all levels. So this is something that will be reflected in the numbers. 83% is how much the marketing fund is going to grow next year. Planned revenue growth is less than this, but we're expecting 280 million in the marketing fund, and we're going to be working on 25 campaigns compared to 16 last year, and this is going to really grow the frequency of touch with the audience. Last year we would touch touch every customer 2.3 times a month, so about 70 times a year. So we are going to grow to 60, 70 this year. We're staying in the information field. Our clients see us, new clients try us, and this is extremely important to work with the barriers that I mentioned. So the tasks of the brand stay the same. Top of mind attributes of the brand, leadership in target audiences, more creative ad campaigns, and more touch. So let's talk about personalization now that we've covered the brand. These brands in the screen are well familiar to you. They keep growing. They're always in the news. So what is something that is characteristic of them? 80% of digital brands invest in personalization, and clients love it. 91% of customers say that they're more likely to buy from brands that offer personalized offers. So sounds familiar, right? Because in 2018 and 2019, we talked about personalization. So let's see where we are now. I've gathered orders and offers that I've received in the past month. Never too many discounts. Maybe sometimes that's the case. I love the mushroom pizza, but I'm not a fan of the chicken ranch pizza, but it's being offered to me. Today, some of our communication is personalized. So some of the communication that we send out is somewhat based on the order history, but what we want to move to is the personalized marketing. We want to, in order to do that, we want to adapt the value management, client value management. We have data that we have been gathering over the past few years, and we have prepared this data for very serious and thorough work. And based on this data, we're going to be working on very thorough analytical models and modeling to work through and come up with hypotheses and test these hypotheses in work. So what's the difference between the personalized model of clients that we are going to be using now? We are going to be, the way it's different is we're going to be looking at the life cycle of the client, the cycle of interactions with us. The expectations and the wishes, depending on the stage of this life cycle of working and interaction with us, is something that influences what the person needs at this particular time. So the white line here is the sort of average life expectancy of a client within a company. So meaning the interactions, right? The story of the interactions. We want to make this line the red line. We want to make it longer, and we want to make it higher. So what we do at the beginning of our relationship, of our interactions, we attract the client to place the first order. We check that the order went well. We talk about our hits. We talk about our new offers. We we show in the stories in the app how to use our delivery. These are the hits and where to click and where to push buttons. So we simplify the entry for the client. Then we really strive for the person to come back for the second, third order, for them to come back, for them to try, and we offer really great offers. We offer trackability of the orders and of their level of satisfaction. And as soon as they become more loyal and more regular, we keep checking back and we keep making sure that this client grows their basket, and we make sure to provide personalized discount offers. So what happens with our most loyal customers? The most sensitive part of our client base is of course our most loyal customers, and we can be proactive, reacting to any of their possible moods, and we can surprise them with entertainment and with offers and with gifts. When it comes to CVM, we're going to be working on 2 blocks. First of them is the loyalty program, and in September we're launching a loyalty program, cashback in our internal cash Dodo coin. Within the app, there will be a marketplace, a store where people will be able to buy certain products. At first, only ours, and then further along those of our partners. And then, in addition to the marketplace, there will be missions, so sorts of tasks and games and competitive element. So tasks for people to carry out. So these are very general, right? Per program, loyalty programs, so not necessarily very personalized. But then personalized scenarios, new clients, personalized interactions depending on the life cycle scenario. And then a frequency of sales, and then very, very strict personalization. With every sale, you will get coins, and then you'll be able to enter our marketplace and spend your coins on essentially the products that are going to be free of charge because you use your coins. So this shows just how deep we can enter customization, right, and personalization. We say, "Hi, Denis, coffee is a passion," and so the little mission, the task that we're going to offer is, why don't you try all of our flavors, and you'll get this kind of amount of coins. So Magomed usually buys pizza, usually buys donors, but then he comes to us for pizza, and we offer him giant cashback on the next order. Katya went to London, of course. Lobster mango pizza is great. So we see that Katya left us, and she doesn't place orders anymore. But what we offer her is, as soon as you come back, Katya, your favorite pizza is waiting for you. Vanya is inspecting all of our pizza restaurants in Eurasia. So every fifth visit is going to be free for him. So with this personalized work, you've seen our clients expect bonuses and discounts, and everyone's very sensitive to price. So within our business model, there's the finance model is the discount. And right now it's not necessarily very personalized, and sometimes it's even too much information and too many discount offers, not necessarily very easy to navigate. So when we change this and upgrade this and improve this, the biggest part is going to be personalized. The regional, local, and federal discounts are going to be less, and we're going to be spending less money on this. So the personalized is going to give us the biggest share of profit. So our prognosis is that by 2022, this approach will give us 5% growth of revenue growth, in addition to organic growth, in addition to top-of-mind growth. This is 2 billion rubles for all of our chain, and it's this extra 3 million rubles a year on average for every pizza restaurant. And you won't need to focus any effort on this. We want you to focus on giving the best service, building the best product, delivering it the fastest, and then gain all of the profit that we're creating with our new strategies. So the way we're doing this is we have a top specialist in CVM, and we're hiring 5 people for the new marketing team. These are data analysts who are going to be testing the hypothesis that I'm telling you about. And we have a CVM company in the IT department. People have been working on Dodo IS, who will be integrating the system with automatization company. So we need this from both sides. And Vanya will elaborate on this about the number of people that we're hiring in order to implement this new strategies. And these technologies, these tools, are going to help us achieve the fantastic numbers and results. So this quarter, we are starting the loyalty program and then recruiting. Next quarter, it's the missions that we're launching, and we're launching the app constructor. And so that by 2022, we really launch the personalization, the new kind of personalization, depending on what hypotheses we'll have tested in strengthening the teams. And then by the middle of the next year, we are planning to really arrive at a point where everything is automated and the recommendation models are working well. So we are ready. The barriers are clear. We know what to do with them. The competition, the client context, the price sensitivity. We believe that our formula of growth, the long-term kind of growth, is the continuous work on client experience, working on brands, working on recognizability of the companies, of touch and personalization. So I give it back to Vanya. Thank you so much, Max. So, our strategy, sustainability, client experience, personalization, and penetration. So the strategies we have told you about with Max, together with Max. So we are ready to wrap up our meeting, but before we do so, I want to talk about IT, so information technologies. In Katya's presentation, in Magomed's presentation, my presentation, and Max's presentation, there are a lot of plans connected to digital product, to information technology. We won't be able to carry these out without achieving really great results in IT. So something that I would like to point out, something that I noticed this spring. So in the external market, among those who listen to us from the outside, our image is a sort of high-tech company. But inside, we seem to have a different attitude sometimes. Something that I realized, I thought of something, and then I thought, oh, backlog, 3 years to come, I'm not even going to start trying. I was wrong. I noticed that I did this. This is not something that is a very partner kind of approach. It's unjust. It's not right. It's not fair. Actually, we have the very best team possible. These people could work at Google, at Yandex, at Facebook. They choose us. They believe in us. They invest their effort and their emotions. So the issues that we're facing, and the speed, and it's never enough, and we're afraid of competition. Of course, this is connected to this objective ambitiousness that we have and the objective difficulties. Our team is relatively small for these kinds of products. One person is responsible for different products, and they have to take care of multiple things at the same time. And there are all these people who are unsatisfied here, unsatisfied there. But I want to really thank our IT team, and I want you to give a big round of applause to our IT team. Thank you so much for the passion, for your competence, for your expertise, and for the energy that you put in. Our team is really and cannot be compared to the volume of ambition and our challenges that we face. But we also do know that all of our history, the history of the companies, is the history of the company of overcoming these challenges and growing. Last year, Sasha Andronov, head of IT, was explaining to why did we even have this big goal of having 250 coders, engineering team. Why is that? Why did we need that? Because the product is very difficult, and the amount of the volume of tasks and issues and all of our challenges requires this. But in a couple of months, we really had a dip in like for like, and we were really confused. We do work in very tight financial restrictions. For the time being, we do not have unlimited resources. But this is a kind of challenge that also drove the concepts of Drinkit and of Donor. And in the 333 plan, we were planning to build up our team from 150 to 250 by the end of 2023. But we do understand that we can that this may not be enough to keep up with our technological competitors. How we do also have these amazing results that can make us very brave to tackle new challenges. So just recently, we have decided to increase our team to 250 people in 2021. Finding a good coder, a good engineer is extremely difficult, more difficult than finding a good courier. It's a bloody market. It all needs time. It all needs training. This commitment is for this year. Basically, we now have this idea to practically double the team, but this is a decision that can really push us forward. This decision, however, does not completely solve the problem of building up and of the challenges, and also the fact that we're working on Drinkit and on Donor. And people ask me, like, are there enough people for your pizza projects, or are the new projects taking it all up? So in order to answer these questions, including to answer them for ourselves and to make it more efficient, what we decided is to restructure Dodo Engineering. That's our IT company. So our Dodo Engineering company is now divided into two. Platform Dodo IS, so this is all of our concepts can use this Donor, Drinkit, any other new concepts possibly. So this is something that can be, the blocks can be customized and tailor-made. But at the same time, in every market, in every concept, there is what we call a market team, the concept team. So those are the engineers, those are the coders who work specifically with this concept and who use Dodo IS as the external platform. So we have the product that is Dodo IS platform. And then we have Dodo Pizza, Donor, Drinkit, international franchising, and our new Iki company, Iki team, so something that I'm hoping is going to arrive soon. So because I'm talking about Dodo Pizza, what is this team going to look like? So we have two IT teams. So first, deliveries, right? There's country-specific teams. Those are teams that are working on Dodo Pizza Eurasia, that work on the site, on the application, on the combos, and they're focused on these tests. But there are 4 more teams who work with the global, who will be working on global tasks eventually, but next year on Eurasia. Personalization, the people, so there's recruiting and there's team production, and then the team for client support. These are not just plans. These are concrete people that we have already assigned to these tasks. And these people who work in tandems as part of the overall strategy of Eurasia. And I am the one who is responsible for Eurasia strategy, and Sashandrov, who is the leader of the platform IS. So we want to move away from this division, this distinction between IT and business, because IT and business are intrinsically connected. They cannot be separated. So that's those are the final slides, and let's recap and see what we have been talking about. We have the now, the history of how we've come to this place. We are great. We are heroes. We have some obstacles in our path. We have threats and we have challenges. We have ambition, and ambition is the best future to make the best product, to make the best opportunities for the society, for ourselves, for our employees. And we have a strategy to overcome these obstacles and to keep growing. So, do you know what this is? This is a scenario for any good story. The concept is that all of the main histories and religions and mythologies of the world are built basically around one plot line. It's the hero's journey. This is my favorite book. Remember your favorite book from childhood. Remember who you rooted for when you were a kid. Who were they? What were they doing? And it's likely that this was a hero setting some goals, suffering along the way, maybe grudging through it, but still kept going and going and going. Someone who we can truly resonate with, someone who we admire, someone who we can all be. Dodo Pizza and Dodo Brands, we are true heroes. Each and every one of them, one of us has our hero's journey, and we're so lucky that in full or in part, our hero's journeys coincide together with Dodo's hero's journey. I think that we have everything that's needed to overcome all of the obstacles and be the winners of this hero's path. So let's walk on this path together. And right now, we would like to award the heroes of the past year. And for this, I invite to the stage Nikolay Piskov, our leader of business development.
Friends, hello everyone. Alrighty, are you tired? No. Feeling good? You ready for the award ceremony for Dodo Pizza Partners? Are you? I can't hear. Do it louder. Are you ready to award the partners? Perfect. Friends, it's a closing session of our meetup. It's an important one, and we're going to take no more than 25 to 30 minutes of your time. I'm going to ask you to help me out here. Today, we will be awarding our partners. Today, we're going to have 5 nominations, and in each nomination, we're going to have 3 winners. And every time I call out the name of the winner, you need to make noise. as if it's your final day on earth. It's my little request to you. Look, the Dodo Pizza Partner Award ceremony, it's a good tradition. For some of you, it's the most expected part of our meetup. For some, it's the most apprehensive, but still, this is something that everybody waits for. And it's becoming harder and harder to be the winner in each of our nominations, because the number of partners is growing, the number of pizza stores is growing, the requirements in the market are growing, and we're becoming more demanding on ourselves. The more valuable winning becomes in these nominations. Let me tell you who's been helping us out, who's been helping us organizing presents for our winners. We have a long-standing partner and a strategic friend of ours, Delovaya Rus, Altec. These two companies, for a very long time, have been our friends. They are strategic suppliers of the equipment for the pizza restaurants. And from last year, we also had Adera joining in. They are providing professional TV ads for our pizza restaurants. And as the main award, the winners are going to get such amazing cups over here, which look exactly like our Meetup brand and logo. Every time we are coming up with a new design for the cup, this year it's like that, and I think it's beautiful. It's definitely a nice memorabilia to have, something to hang up on the wall or to put up in your office. It's a pity that our Meetup today is online. Most of you will not be able to get their prizes personally, but stay put. They will find you. Let's move on with the first nomination of the day, the fastest delivery. The speed of delivery, as you know, is one of the most important metrics of our business. It's a very important metric of our service quality. We are being made to be fast by the competitors in the market. And we know ourselves, the faster we deliver the product, the hotter will the product be, the more happy will our customers become. And our first winner in this nomination, in the small city nomination, is Ruslan Nurmuhametov from Nadim. The city of Nadim is a small town, 45,000 pax, somewhere lost in the Urals mountains. But their pizza restaurant had already broke a ceiling of 14 million rubles. If you believe that you're up to no good, if you're not watching us quite often, or if you don't work in Dodo, it's a very, very high revenue, and the speed that Ruslan and his team shown deserves your respect. Friends, I already told you that it's hard to become a prize winner. Even bigger challenge is to keep the prize and be a second-time winner. And now the winner is Pavel Sokolov from Kirov. Friends, when I saw the results and the scores of Pavel, I got a little bit surprised. I thought, did we count it right? Is our mathematics okay? I started asking guys who work with Pavel, and it turns out to be true. Yes, his team is really fired up. And they're really speedy. If you want to deliver fast, ask Pavel how to do it. Pavel, congratulations. My kudos to you. And the winner of the nomination, the fastest delivery, is Vyacheslav Prokudin, Moscow. Vyacheslav and his team deliver faster than ever in the most competitive market in Russia, Moscow, where we've got aggregators and QSR and others. And I think he definitely deserves this round of applause. Give it up for Vyacheslav. Moving on to the next nomination, the fastest preparation in restaurant. It's the first, the nomination has been announced for the first time, Actually, we did a lot this year. We launched a new design, the new format. You can order in a restaurant through an application. Our first federal-wide, well, Russia-wide advertising campaign has been launched. We want everybody to know that Dodo Pizza is not about delivery, it's also about nice and quick service restaurant where you can come and spend your time, quality time with your family. And of course, for a great customer experience, speed of preparation is important. Now, let's award our first winner in this nomination. In a small city nomination, here's the speed that's been shown, 8 minutes, 14 seconds. The winner is Konstantin Rutsky. Anton Rutsky and Konstantin Rutsky from Solnechnogorsk. Friends, who is the winner now in the large city nomination? Do you know? Any guesses? Anyone? You want to try me out? No, it's wrong. You don't know. I know. I even can look the winner in the eye, and I see how nervous the winner is. And I see that the winner is trying to guess and actually recognizing and realizing that's him. Meet the winner. Vyacheslav Miller from Almatyevsk. Vyacheslav, congratulations. Well done. Here's your award. Friends, yeah, that's exactly the way you should greet your winners. Our third winner, now we are delivering a prize to someone from the big cities, Moscow and St. Pete. Please welcome the winner. Ilya Parafonov from Moscow, 015 team. Ilya, congrats. Well done. Thank you, thank you. Now, moving on, we just gave away the prizes for the fastest pizza restaurants. We still have 3 more nominations to award the happiest team. You might ask, if you are not in the know, Nikolay, how can you measure happiness? Is there a way of benchmarking happiness and comparing it? But, as you know, in Dodo Pizza, what can be measured can be improved. Everything is a metric, everything is measured. So, 2 things. A customer rating, we have a 5-point score that our customers use in our application, and the second metric was productivity. Lots of people talked about productivity. Productivity is the occupancy of our pizza restaurants. If the restaurant is, well, nicely occupied and the customers are happy at the same time, at this combination, we have the winner born. Please welcome our first winner in the small city nomination. Елена Балахova from Svishevo. Friends, I am sorry. We are not looking at the productivity index. It's the error level. It's how much we earn. That's what impacts the index. Moving on, the happiest customers in the large cities come from this guy's restaurant. Alexander Mihin from Serpukhov. I won't be mistaken if I'm gonna call Alexander an expert on happiness, because last year Alexander had already been winning in this category and in this nomination, and Andrei Peterin had already delivered him a prize from this stage. I'm gonna give you an advice. If you want to become a little bit more happy, buy a train ticket to Serpukhov, come to Dodo Pizza and become our customer. Alexander and his team will make you ever so happier. Let's give him another round of applause. And our third winner in the same nomination, but a different category, Moscow and St. Pete. Please welcome Vladimir Goretsky and his Moscow 414 team. Vladimir, congrats. Is the team here? If the team is here, come on up. Get on the stage and in the spotlight. But the award is still yours. Guys, can you line up? We have a photographer. And can you take off your mask? Your mask? Thank you, friends. Thank you. It's not enough to make our customers happy, it's also important for our pizza restaurant team to stay happy themselves. Now, to find out who is the happiest employee, we use two indicators. The first one is productivity. I referred to that, I referenced it already. How busy is our restaurant? And of course, our happiness index. The happiness index is a metric we have at Dodo Pizza. It's a one-stop shop like window. It's if you have a problem, if you have improvements to suggest, or if you want to thank someone, a colleague of yours, an employee of yours, or even a manager, that sometimes happens. It reflects that, and please welcome our first winner tonight, Sergey Senin. And Dmitry Pilshikov from Novy Urengoy 1. Look, maybe the partners behind our back colluded who can win twice in the same nomination. You see, Novy Urengoy had already been awarded last year. Let me tell you a story. In this pizza house, they managed to earn more than 11 million rubles of revenue. Having that level of revenue and having a happy team at the same time, well, deserves at least your appreciation. So give it up for them. Our next winner is Vyacheslav Miller. We've seen him somewhere. Kazan 14. Vyacheslav. Great. How'd you do that? Thank you. See? Vyacheslav has proven to us he's capable of not only forming a successful team, but he is also capable of shaping great atmosphere, work atmospheres. Our third winner in this nomination is again Anton Rutsky and Konstantin Rutsky, Moscow 14-3. I'd like to say a separate thanks to the winners in this nomination. Well, a lot has been told about people, and we've been talking about the issues with people, understaffing, and various complexities, but it's good that with all those complexities we have partners who think about their teams, who create atmospheres, who listen and hear, and who make their pizza houses a great place to work. It's your night. Thank you very much. And the final nomination. Every year, starting from almost our first Meetup entry, do you remember that? We've been awarding people in this nomination. Some time ago, we've been measuring the overall size of the chain. Next up, we decided to change it slightly. We looked at the incremental addition to the chain, and in this nomination, we're going to have 3 winners. Let's meet the first one. Here's the growth rate. Give me a second. Yeah, +8 pizza restaurants. Artyom Yemets, our winner tonight. Actually, this year, Artyom made a huge breakthrough. His chain is now 20 pizza houses. It's almost a double growth for him. It's a serious challenge, but I am absolutely sure for some reason he's gonna make it. He's gonna make it. He's got something. Our next winner has also achieved a growth of +8 pizza houses in the chain. Please welcome Vadim Tkachuk, Belarus. Unfortunately, he hadn't had time to come. He didn't make it. He was trying, but he didn't make it. We're gonna give him a prize tomorrow. He's unique. For the third year in a row, is topping our charts. Knowing his ambitious plans, I'm for some reason positive next year he will not stay idle. And our absolute winner, the absolute champion in the nomination, making a huge break, opening 16 pizza restaurants. Actually, he's opened not just the pizza restaurants, but one coffee shop as well. You might have guessed already. It is Dmitry Troyan and Yuri Troyan. Unstoppable. There is nothing that can stop them. And that concludes our award ceremony, but this is not it. There's a little bonus. A lot has already been said, and I'm the last one to take the stage. This year, we not only organized the partner session, but the first in history managers session and meetup, so we decided to award the best of the managers. And to find out the winners, for 5 months we've been comparing our pizza restaurants according to 10 various indicators. Their rankings, the vendors they use, the speed, the waste, everything. And the fight has been a serious one until the very last moment. The winner emerged in the last minutes, and we want to award them from this stage. If you're here for some reason, please don't hesitate to come down to the stage. As a prize, we will give a watch, a wristwatch, to anyone who won with an engraving. Now, best manager in Pizza Restaurants Express is... Karina Akhmedyanova, Kazan 3. Karina, congratulations. Beautiful. Amazing. Thank you. The best manager in the up to 3 million revenue league. Please welcome Marina Yakushenko, Homel, Belarus. Marina, are you in the audience? Nope, that's a pity. It's a shame, but the prize will catch up with you. Guys, let's give it up for Marina. Hopefully she can hear us. Well, if you make enough noise, she will. Our next winner, the best manager in 3 to 5 million revenue league. Please welcome Ekaterina Landyreva, Nara Paminsk 1. Katya, congratulations! Beautiful results. Thank you so very much. And our winner, the best of the best in the up from 5 million. Actually, I envy you. The watches are so beautiful. I wanted them myself. Please welcome Чингис Адучиев, Новый Уренгой 1 team. Чингис, I envy you so very much. If you watch me, I envy you. We couldn't have chosen the winner, the only one winner in this nomination, because the guys went neck to neck, and we decided to award yet another manager in this league from 5 million and upwards. Give it up for Mahabat Akhmetova, Novy Urengoy 2. Guys, and that concludes our award ceremony for tonight. In the end, wrapping up, I'd like to say a huge thanks to all the winners, but please, if you're not yet amongst the winners, don't lose heart, because we have plenty of amazing guys and girls in the chain and in our company. It might be that you're lucky next time. We spoke a lot about people, and I would like to say thanks to everyone who takes it up and comes out and works in a shift, who delivers and prepares pizzas, who makes our customers happy, who makes people around them happy. Guys and girls without whom the growth wouldn't be possible. I'm talking about each and every one of you, our employees, who come out to their workplaces and make this world a better place. This is up to them. Give it up for our employees. And in the end, everyone who sits here in the room, all the meetup organizers, the participants, the guys behind the curtains, the TV sets, the computers, you're a part of a big team, of a big brand, Dodo Brands, and you've definitely become a part of a great story. We're just 10 years old, but the outcomes, the results we've achieved, well, took us several hours to tell. Imagine how much we can do in 10 more years, and what's yet to come. Of course, great challenges await ahead, but there are new peaks that we will climb to, new achievements, and I am absolutely positive we're gonna do it. We will make it, because you are a team, and our success rests on you. You're part of Dodo family. Thank you, friends.
Don't смотреть на нас, это супер круто.